As you guys know, like there'll be opportunity, lots of opportunity for role play, and it is something that I just encourage. I really try to push that role play stays a part of combat. So don't be afraid to do whatever it is your character does in combat. To me, speech is free action. The panache of how you do things can be part of the game. So please feel free to enjoy that, and there'll be some opportunity also for character introductions and things at the beginning, and you'll kind of know when the dead spots are and the opportunity is to do some of the more in-depth role play. I like Dr. Finnegan. That's a great name. Toriano, if you could put your character name up, Robert, as well. So do like Alexander and Dave have done, have your character name and then your name after.
Okay, how do I do that?
You go up to the little three ellipsis points, the little dots at the top, and then in the middle you'll have rename.
Or you can just right-click on the picture and choose.
Yeah, you can do that same thing.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous, John. I like where we're going already.
Well, I'll explain this to the audience. There is a direct tie-in here for this one-shot to Greyhawk Awakening Book 2. So people that are fans of the show and have been watching, they'll recognize it immediately. And it's not just last night I had a little hook with the joust in the Free City of Altamira, because that was the whole premise of last night's game. They were all individual adventurers that were traveling north along the road up the edge of the Lort Mill Mountains, headed to the Free City of Altamira to attend the joust when they came upon the mining encampment in the town of Veramar, and that was where the whole adventure happened last night. Tonight, hello, good to see everybody. Thanks for joining. We're going to kick over to video here in just a minute. Troll Lord Games is going to be wrapping up, and then we're going to continue the virtual Greyhawk Con goodness. But yeah, so it was fun last night, but today, the entire premise of the story is based on a continuation of something that's been happening in Greyhawk Awakening Book 2, so you guys will see it pretty quickly.
Are you telling me we're being outsourced to fill in your plot gaps?
No, actually, this is not a plot gap. This is a plot thread that was left behind by the party and just made a great place to pick up and weave a tapestry of doom.
Tapestry of doom.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for jumping in so early. We'll be kicking off here in just a minute. So, Robert, how much more do you have going on? You've got what else to do in the con?
Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., bright and early, I've got I am running Shadows of a Green Sky, so that I'll be kicking off tomorrow morning's festivities, and then tomorrow afternoon I am going to be playing in Dave's game.
Oh, very cool.
So that'll be events number 6 and 7, and in terms of actually playing or running games, unless something really odd happens, that will be the rest of the con for me.
Yeah, no kidding. You've been a busy man, and you've been in most of the streams. Of course, I had my game yesterday. I've been in some of the streams, and then after today, I'm for the first time in the joust. I'm looking forward to that. And that was part of the tie-in last night. All right, let's go ahead, and it's 1 o'clock. We're going to click over to video. And in 3, 2, 1, you will be seen and heard. 3, 2, and 1. All right. I got to get all of your characters in the right spots here. So first of all, we need this guy where this guy is at. There we go. And then we need this guy where this guy is at, which is going to move that guy. So I got to move that. Boom, boom. And you need to go here. All right. And then This is always fun playing this Hollywood Squares game with my Zoom channel. All right, and now I need to switch those two. Good. All right, Dr. Finnegan. Now those two. All right. Wait. Kovac, and so those two need to be switched, which means he needs to go here. There we go. Corvus, Finnegan, Kovac. That's it. I've got it. Nice. All right. So we got that all worked out, and Trollord should be raiding in a moment. So we'll wait to do our intros and our overview today until we have the folks that pop in from Trollord. But it's been a really fun weekend so far, and of course tonight, the Grand Joust of Altamira. There are 18, I believe, competitors in that. Jay talked about it a little bit between the stream this morning with Tim and the stream that's going on right now with TLG, so that was a lot of fun. And welcome all the Mad Chatters. Thanks for joining with us today. We're already up to 17 folks in the view, and we don't even have the raid yet. Should be a fun day today. Let me see here. What else could we discuss before everyone? A TPK yet? Oh, that's a good point. But again, one probably best served after the audience flips over. Any other questions you have on the game structure, gentlemen?
No.
Okay. Watch the Zoom chat. There may be times during the game where I'll send an individual chat to one of you. So just if you see that at the bottom where it says chat, if that lights up with a little 1 for you, you can send. And by the way, you can send to each other as well. So when you click chat, it defaults to everyone. But if you click the down arrow by everyone, you can see each individual person, and so you have the opportunity then to message directly to someone like a DM in the Zoom chat. Hello, Vancouver by night. Good to see you. Hey, Steve. Steve, it was fun kind of going over the cool new Mantic stuff last night. Thanks for the heads up on that. Love that stuff. Whoops, this should... Actually, I got to be careful about that. Yeah, because I've got to pop up the chat window. Everybody can see it on the stream. I didn't notice that. Okay, so let me get one ready here. Okay. The Mantic description did make you chuckle. Yeah, that's really fun stuff they've got. All right, come on, Chuck, let's go. We want to play a game. I can't say much. I was late getting into Robert last night, so it was fun. I'll tell you guys this before everyone gets on. There was one of the two games that I'm running this weekend that I thought was quite likely to result in a TPK. The game I ran last night essentially did result in a TPK, and it was not the game that I was expecting to result in a TPK. So you guys can do the process of elimination, but today's session is, there will be little clues and hints throughout the game. I'll just tell you that. And unfortunately, my endemic style, many times they may be so subtle as to be missed. But your ability to not only be brave, role play, pay attention, piece together things that are happening could make a huge difference in whether or not you can actually survive this game. The wrong choices, the wrong paths, not recognizing certain things will actually result in a TPK, but it does not have to be that way.
How many hugging puzzles will there be, John?
Tell everybody about that one.
Oh, yes. John, a master of puzzle making, perhaps me, a dunce in the puzzle figuring out world, made a puzzle for one of his campaigns, The Rise of the Rune Lords, and the answer was as simple as hugging a pillar. Yet me and Thomas, the most intelligent members of the group, spent Was it about an hour?
It was about an hour.
Easily an hour.
Yeah, it was a stone, structure that there was a strong empathic feeling coming from it. They could sense emotion, and I was describing the emotion that was coming from this structure, and it was sorrow, it was loss, it was emotional hurt, and like I tried to give them as many way, and they did. I think they threw things at it. They tried to burn it with fire. I think they cast bless on it, and all they had to do was just give it a hug.
It just needed a hug.
My game last night thankfully contained a riddle, which they solved really quickly because it would have made a very, very different game if they had not been able to get that. And then it did involve a character death at the very end. An unfortunate tearing of in two. Gruesome death, but death nonetheless.
Brutal.
So how did things end up in the Barbarian game today, Rob? I got to watch part of it, but I didn't see the end.
Well, we managed to withstand an assault by adventurers on our cave. We playing goblins in this one because we weren't playing D&D. We were playing villains and something.
Villagers.
I don't remember. Yeah, so it was V. It was V&V or
V&V.
something like that.
Yeah.
And then we decided to take our revenge because we left briefly to go and recruit more help and came back to find our leader killed and most of our best goblins killed. So we went and burned down the local tavern with whoever was inside and took their local priest prisoner and became a goblin group of much renown, bringing many to our banner.
Love it. Very nice. That sounds like, it was a lot of fun, and you guys were sort of gaining power and ranks throughout the game. I thought that was really cool. All right, hey, thank you for the raid. 20 sides to every story. We're still waiting for the raid. We haven't seen the raid from TLG yet, right? It looks like they're done, so it should be popping in any minute now.
I'm showing BRB, so from them, I'm not sure what they're doing.
I don't know if he hit the wrong button or what. They're supposed to be done now, right? Yeah, they're supposed to be done at this time.
Their game only started at 12, I think.
Yeah, he's only been streaming for 2 hours.
Okay, maybe he has another hour then? Or is there an overlap here? There might be an overlap. Okay.
Yeah, there might be.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started then, because I don't want to keep folks waiting. So, welcome everyone to Blue Box. This is Virtual Greyhawk Awakening, and we are now in the second day of some amazing gaming. I'm joined by a fantastic panel of players here. And we have Robert, we have Alex, we have Dave, we have Toriano, who is Biggie Paw. We have Chandler, son of Grantler, Mr. Grantler rather, and he played Markov in our Rune Lords campaign. Just folks who are very, very familiar to our Blue Box family here, and we're gonna have a fun game today. So we will apply all the typical rules for Blue Box. So though it's a modified 5e game, there is no long rest. Other things will be. We are using the horrible crit tables. They actually resulted in the virtual TPK last night when the most powerful member of the party had a horrific fumble, broke out the Middle-earth role-playing fumble tables, and he wound up putting a crit on the paladin in the party as he overswung his hammer, bounced it off a crystal, and crushed his shoulder. He passed out, and then the two remaining party members fled and left their comrades behind. So that was a rather fun tale last night. Let's go around quickly and let's introduce each of you. Tell us a little bit about anything that you're running. So those of you that have streams, Biggie, Robert, of course, Dave, just mention those where they can be found, and then we'll do character introductions. I'll do the setup, and we'll get right into the game today. Let's start off with you, Robert.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Rob Phantom NJ, though most of you probably know that already. I am everywhere, so you can find me on Wednesdays here on Blue Box RPG, doing War Masters Arcanum, co-hosting with John, and we're going to have a very special one on this coming Wednesday. It is going to be all about Friday Night Crusades, the Friday night open game that I run here in our Discord. I also have shortly going out, and I finally finished the thing, a form for casting application for a new Castles and Crusades campaign that will be running on Sunday afternoons. So watch for that. You can catch me on Twitter at PhantomNJ_D&D. And yeah, this is session number 5 for me for this weekend, and it has been a wonderful weekend.
And your game, though it's CNC, it will be based in Greyhawk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's nice. So now I have streams to raid into on both Sundays and Tuesdays, yours and Dave's, which are also Greyhawk. So it's really neat to be able to keep all this inside the same community. All right, let's go to you, Dave.
Hey everybody, my name's Dave. You can find me over at Guild Superior here on Twitch, where I run games, produce games, and play games with a bunch of my friends, and we're always looking to expand our community over there too. So please come over and check us out. Currently, as John mentioned, we just started up a new adventure in Greyhawk on Tuesday nights, 7:30 p.m. start time Central. And we are, just to give you a little glimpse of what's happening there, we have just arrived in Hamlet.
Very nice. No better place to arrive in Greyhawk. That's where book 1 started out for
excited.
GHA.
Yeah.
You can never overuse Hamlet. All right, let's go to you, Chandler.
I am currently going through my first year of law school to add one more lawyer to the Tennessee legal profession. That's all I got.
All right, Toriano.
I'm Biggie Paul. You guys can find me on BP Gaming RPG on Twitch. I have a Saturday evening campaign going on. They just finished the first part of the campaign, and the group has shrunk down from 5 to 3, which is pretty cool. And I'm going to be starting up on Tuesday nights with my stepson and a bunch of his friends. More Castles and Crusades. So we'll be streaming that on Tuesday nights with him. And you can find me on Twitter at Biggie_Paw. That's about it as far as my information.
I like it, and we got lots of Blue Box merch being repped here. I don't know what's wrong with Dave, but teasing. But Toriano has one of the exclusive limited edition Mad Chatter T-shirts. Well done, Alex.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Antiquitas. You'll find me most commonly in the chat rooms in pretty much any Greyhawk stream at this point. Potentially, I'm looking at joining in with Adam Myers for her Shieldlands campaigns coming up in the future, starting tomorrow.
Very
That's all I
nice.
have going on right now.
Very nice, very nice. All right. Well, let me set the stage. First of all, talk about schedule, and then we'll start the game. So tonight we have we'll raid directly into the Grand Joust and in the Free City of Altamira. Please make sure all of you are in for that. 18 competitors. You will see a brand new competitor played by me tonight, who is under the blessed and glorious protection of Heronius, and should be a fun time tonight. Then we have on the full gaming sessions all day tomorrow, including the grand finale. Jay's got a great cast lined up for that. Then this week, we will have Greyhawk Awakening on Tuesday. So even though it will be a weary crew, we'll try to carry the momentum right into Tuesday night, Greyhawk Awakening Book 2 at the normal time, 5 o'clock Central. There will not be a Lore Masters Arcanum on Wednesday. We're going to allow everyone to take a rest on Wednesday night. Oh, Robert, did you have one planned?
Yeah, I just announced it.
Oh, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we will have a Greyhawk or a Lore Masters Arcanum on Wednesday night. And Robert will be running it, and it's going to be amazing, whatever it is.
Actually, if you're not going to be available, we're going to skip it because this Wednesday was supposed to be the Friday Night Crusades discussion.
Oh, were we planning for that this Wednesday? Yeah, I think
that's the date that when I initially asked you, that's the date you told me.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Let's save that for the next week, Robert, if you don't mind. Okay. I just feel like we need a night of rest, and that also does happen to be my wife's birthday, so probably better that I don't stream.
Well, all right. Good call.
Yeah.
We can take a week off. I think we've earned it.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fans will forgive us that. Okay. And then I think that covers all the scheduling. Let's go and let's get this game started. So let me give you some backdrop here and drop the music just a little bit lower. You are an experienced adventuring party. You have actually adventured together, unlike my group last night. You are an adventuring party together, and I would like you all to come up with a name in the next few minutes, and you guys can tell me what that name is. But you are in the town of Nurl, the walled city of Nurl. So let me pull up the map here so you can see it. Nurl is in the northern part of the east of Flyness. It is north of, and I'll put it on the monitor for you to see, it is north of the city of Erlastra, and of course this is all familiar to the players in Book 2, as I mentioned earlier. So as you come up the coast here, you see on the west side of Grendet Bay, you have the Raker Mountains. At the base of the Raker Mountains, you have the walled town of Nurl, led by one Count Dunstan. And he is a noble and dignified ruler, featured in Dragon Magazine 148, written by Stephen Greer and Gary Holian. The area which has been a focal point in Book 2, of course, is this Spine Castle city. And the city of Spine Castle, you're going to see how this plays into it, but you as an adventuring group, you've been staying in Nurl now for a couple of weeks. You've gained some notoriety. You've done a few jobs which have gained you favor with the Count. And as we begin tonight, ill tidings have befallen the town. It has been 1 week now since the hordes came. By the hundreds at first, as the townsfolk that lived in the outlying surrounding villages fled into the walls of the city, huddling like sheep behind the protective stone walls. And then they came by the thousands. And then they came by the tens of thousands. Hordes of undead. The first few that came, slaughtering, pillaging, gnawing on human flesh, were repelled by the defenders of the city. But as horde after horde, wave after wave descended, it became untenable, and the defenders fled inside the walls of the city just as the townsfolk had. Now, a week sealed inside this siege, you have learned a few things. One, your foes are almost innumerable. Tens of thousands of undead of all type, gnolls and wights and specters, strange ghoulish creatures that moan and ramble and shamble in the evenings. They have behaved in a most unusual manner. They have pitched tents. They have constructed a few wooden buildings. They are constructing trebuchet and ballista in a manner you have never seen, with an intelligence, a coordination that has no place among the undead. And yet this is the scene that is unfolded before you. As fear has gripped the city of Nurl, as people see dwindling rations, as the defenders despair for any hope, you sit in the council chambers. You stand around a table with Count Dunstan himself. The Count, his face normally dignified, now haggard, gaunt cheeks, bags under his eyes, looking as though he has not slept in days, which indeed he has not. His trusted counselors stand with you, guards at each corner, as you surround a table that has a map of the city and the surrounding area. The hordes marked with simple wooden X's where they surround the city in all directions. Also beside you are his two counselors. His chief general, General Alloy, stands in his plate armor, gauntleted fist, occasionally just pounding the mapped table in frustration. And next to him, his counselor, Counselor Yazin, a dark-skinned man, robed and cloaked, long in Dunstan's employ, stands next to him, wringing his hands, equally nervous, beads of sweat on his forehead. And if you'll direct your attention now to the screen, you will see the council chambers where we will begin. As you stand around the table, whoops, hit the wrong button. As you stand around the table, the Count leans forward, knuckles the front of the table, his hands white from the pressure he places on them. and he surveys the 5 of you and his own counselors. Let's see what he sees. Let's start with you, Kelvin. Describe what you look like.
So Kelvin is considering the danger, he would be wearing most of his armor, be ready at a moment's notice. Heavily armored man, standing around 6'1", 6'2". He's pretty tall. Brown hair at this point, kind of a little bit scraggly because just been a pile of anxious days. His beard has been growing rather thick. His eyes are a very dark brown, very imperious gaze as he looks, just trying to figure out how best to save the poor residents of Neural.
All right, and so I'll highlight each of the minis that we have here in the VTT so you can see. This golden-clad fellow here, this is Kelvin. Next, let's go to Dr. Finnegan. Dr. Finnegan, a bit more foppish perhaps than you would have preferred, but you do see a flute in the hand, so I thought it was appropriate. Go ahead and describe what they see.
That'll work. You see a man that is gaunt, in fact, not too unlike some of the undead forms outside. His cheekbones accentuated by his thin skin, almost emaciated from a lifelong of malnourishment. He is wearing rather simple clothes with leather pads on them, affixed in a rather haphazard way, bags of some supplies, and a rather simple bone flute. He's got this mop black hair, and you can see this normally trimmed goatee around his chin line, showing that he has not shaved in the week since the siege started. His eyes are weary, and you can see that he has not slept this past night.
Nicely done. Let's go to Corvus.
Corvus is a rough and tumble soldier. You can tell by looking at him that he's seen a lot of action. His face is scarred. He looks weary and worn, but he also has a streak of rebelliousness in him. He has a dark hair, an amber eye, and a slight pointing to his ear, which reveals him as a half-elf of some sort. He does have a slight scruff, a shadow on his face, as he's been out in the field many times now, working with different mercenary groups and soldiering groups.
Nicely done. All right, and I will show you Corvus here. This is the mini that we're using for you. Right here. Okay. Now, let's go to Zach.
Zach is got red hair. Skin is kind of like a light tan color, of medium build. He's 5'8", blue eyes, dressed in leather with a long dark cloak over him, with holding his bow at the moment, standing there looking exhausted from the battles and stuff that have been going on, but is eager to help in any way possible, is always looking for adventure, looking for ways to help others in need.
Nicely done. Kovac.
You see a obviously elven man standing tall and proud amongst the group, himself well rested, beautiful in his appearance, his clothing, greens and blues, well tailored with fine nuanced beads and golden buttons upon his jerkin. He takes pride in his presence and his presentation. He could be at home both in the planning of battle, at a gala, or perhaps even in the wood with what he wears. He consistently taps upon a book that he holds in his hand, his fingers tapping as if in thought, perhaps, and he looks up to the Count and says, "The Blood Crows are at your service."
The Count rubs a weary eye. And by the way, Toriano, I did think he was a little quiet as well, so Toriano, maybe just speak up a little bit. I think your volume is just a touch lower than the others. It's close, but not bad. All right, I already have +2 to initiative. I missed that earlier. Thank you very much, whoever gave me that. Looks like it was... No, I don't know who to give. All right, it's like a +2 to initiative. I like that. All right, so, Count Dunstan. My counselors, what do you recommend? We cannot last much longer this way. Our stores run low. My people are hungry. We cannot get so much as a small sortie out of these walls without them being devoured alive. Have you seen what I have seen?
Good.
Please go ahead, Kovac.
The hordes of undead, you say? Of course, we've seen much of this besiegement. There is, in my estimation, something behind this. Their organization, would you not say, fellows, is quite unnatural.
Yes, they seem to serve a master, but I've yet to find a man who doesn't.
Have we seen any sign of this master? Because, granted, there's nothing natural about the undead, but this is even beyond the pale.
Councillor Yazen speaks up. There is 3 main structures that have been elevated inside their encampment. They are made of wood. They are structures which are almost permanent in nature. It would seem to me the leaders are there. The general, gruff, he pounds his gauntlet again. I say we simply charge them. My men are better armed. They can't bite through plate. We have holed up here like craven children long enough, Count. Let my men do their job.
If I may, they may not be able to bite through plate, but they'll drag you off your horses into the mud, and there'll be nothing left of you beneath a wave of flesh.
Why do you listen to these mercenaries? They're in it just for coin. Were your children born in this city? Is your wife huddled at home in fear?
To be
We
fair,
are here
Finnegan,
just the same as you, sir.
To be fair, Finnegan, the general does have a point. Perhaps the creation of a bit of a distraction amongst the undead throng and a small team of, as you say, mercenaries, General, could perhaps do a bit of investigation of these structures, if we could get outside the walls safely.
Dunstan, he nods, he says, I feel this is in some manner my doing. I must. There were adventurers that were here some weeks ago, much like yourselves. I sent them to Spine Castle. My spy, Hobah, who was looking for an artifact called the Key of Spine Castle. He had been captured by Hextorian cultists. They did indeed rescue him, but the location of the key was not found. The key itself is no key, but it's a gem. What my spy had discovered is that very stone had the ability to cross planes and to control the undead. This is why the Hextorian cultists sought it. I begged those same adventurers to aid us. I told them that thousands upon thousands would die if they did not. But they had some other errand. They denied me, and as such, we had no one in the city. It would seem the Hextorians have found it. Perhaps, he looks over at Councillor Yazen, if we cannot, and General Alloy, I make no accusation. I know your men are ready. I know your bravery. You have proven it time and time again. But I cannot believe we would stand against that horde. But perhaps if there are a way, that key, it must be there in the encampment somewhere.
What does this key look like?
Councillor Yazen speaks up. None of us has actually seen it. But it is written by the spy Hoba. It is a blue gem of substantial size that glows in an unnatural manner.
I'd like to make a roll, if I can, a history check on these cultists that were mentioned.
Sure.
Let's see here. Not awful. A 14.
A 14. Yeah, it's not. So, Hextor, a well-known and very evil god, is worshipped quite commonly here in the north, where humans give way to many humanoid races which run the cities. And there is, in fact, a prominent temple of Hextor in Spine Castle, where he has spoken of this spy.
Okay. I'll speak up then. We know about this mad charge that General Alloy has supposed. Is there a place where you keep your dead under the city, a catacomb perhaps, or a sewer?
Dunstan thinks a moment. Well, there is a sewer, but the sewer simply runs into a cave system. There are no exits, there are no bodies of water here where we can run our... But there is... He cuts his glance over at Yazen. Alloy looks at him. No, you can't mean that. They cannot go there. Alloy rubs his... Yazen rubs his chin. It is possible. But... you know what happens there. All of you are completely clueless. They're having a conversation among each other.
Yeah. I think it would serve us all to know about this place that you're being coy about. What do you all think?
I agree.
Now is not the time for secrets, gentlemen.
Yazen looks over at you as the import of the moment settles on all of you. He gently pushes the map to the side, takes a ebony finger and points at the table. There is a passage underneath the city. It has been abandoned for a century or more. It leads beneath the walls. It would put you past the sentries which stand by the walls and into the center of the encampment, or if not in the center, close to it. But no one travels this way. It is haunted. A spirit, an angry spirit, lives there. Everyone who has gone in that place has never returned. But it is the only way I can see that you may get into the encampment without being seen openly. It's foolishness, I say.
I say we go for it.
They will perish. My men will do the job. Dunstan.
General, we only ask for some time for you to delay your assault just a bit so we can investigate. I've seen madness in the field of battle, and this kind of madness leads men to infallible decisions that make no sense. Work with us on this. We will help you.
Besides, should we fail, your men will have all the combat they could possibly want.
He still has his helm cupped under his arm. He looks over at Dunstan. He looks at Yazen. Did you get my DM, by the way? Go back. All right.
Yes.
And Dunstan, he sighs. He turns his back for a moment and he walks over. He stares at, it's not really a proper throne, just a large chair, the place where he sits. He stares up at it as though contemplating his own responsibility and power, what it carries with it, the people that rely upon him. In these few moments of silence, are you saying or doing anything, any member of the party?
My good Count, the burden weighs heavily upon you. We can see this quite plainly, but if you would give myself and my companions an opportunity to aid in our victory against this horde. We beg you to do so. It will potentially save many lives, and as Calvin has mentioned, if we fail, well, there will be plenty of fighting to be had. I do wonder if you have knowledge of the source of this dark entity in the depths. This many times I have seen that there is something that drives these hauntings to madness.
He turns back around, casts his eyes toward the ceiling as though looking for an answer from the heavens. Not to your query, but to his conundrum. There are rumors. The children speak of things. Everything from a demonic haunting of the undead to a woman scorned to a pallid creature of darkness which consumes flesh. It has been too long since any have gone there and returned.
Must ask this. If we were to go there, how long would it take? To descend?
Hang on one second. There's an entrance to this place beneath this castle. It would take you but moments to be in there. The passage itself, I don't know how straight or winding it is. As I said, it has been some time since anyone was there, but it should not take more than an hour to have you through the city and into the field beyond.
Then if General Alloy wants his pound of flesh, I would suggest that he delay his assault so that way we can get underneath the encampment and then he can create the distraction. As my compatriots have said, it may better allow us to sever the head of this snake.
Making one last try, Alloy pulls on the heartstrings of Dunstan. And you realize when he asked you earlier, have you seen, he was not just referring to the horde. Alloy looks over and says, "Sir, you've seen what they've done. All the keeps of the Highlanders, overrun completely. Baron Shallister's head on a pike. They mean to do the same with yours. If they can wipe out the Highlander keeps, if they can put Shallander's corpse and mock and carry it before, they will do the same with us if we do not face them like men." Sorry, Asher. Those are his NPCs and his keeps along the along the Raker Mountains, and I just wiped them out with one fell swoop. Yazin looks at you appraisingly, and then he looks over at Kovac. "I can think of no better way. It seems this must be the way it will be done."
At this point, Kovac is feeling extremely uncomfortable as a wave of not just the burden of the count, but also something else, perhaps pressing down, a presence maybe. Looks around, and the rest of you would know he feels uncomfortable as he starts to sort of fidget a bit.
What is it, Kovac?
I feel that, yes, the weight of this situation and perhaps ears or eyes about, I know not which.
You see Dunstan, he knits his brow. "What? Guards, check the doors." And immediately his soldiers move, and they look at the doors, they open them, they fling them wide suddenly on either side, and there's nothing there. All seems empty. Quiet.
I would probably cast Detect Magic at this point, feeling very uncomfortable and just scanning around the space as best I can to detect any sort of strangeness.
Okay. As you concentrate a moment, you cast your spell. You sense around you, and actually, you sense a latent residue as though there has been magic recently, but there is nothing here now. What is it?
There is something in the air, as it were. A feeling. We should be careful of the words we speak and the members that we allow to hear them.
If your senses are right as always, we must make haste now.
My men are trustworthy. Yazin looks at Dunstan. Dunstan nods. These men have been vetted. I would trust them with my life.
Not the men, sir, but something of an arcane essence.
To make a point, Finnegan will walk over and put his finger on the kind of cracks between the bricks in the wall. Just be like, there are so many vermin that can see through cracks in the wall. You think this is purely physical? It can't be arcane too?
Then we must hasten. If you are confident, if you are willing, I am in no place to refuse any aid. I have no answers. My people are starving and dying. My leadership is... If you will aid me, I will gladly take it. You may take any supplies that you need from my castle. And if what you say is true, time is indeed of the essence.
Mm-hmm. I'll walk back over to him and just say, look him straight in the face. I promise you that we have seen trials of equal measure, and that your people and yourself will be delivered from this. I'm gonna roll a deception.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
I got an 18.
As you say this, you see tears well up in his eyes. Thank you. I had no idea the blessing we received when you came to our city, you who are called the
Blood Crows.
Thank you, Blood Crows. Your aid, your succor will be gladly received. I will show you if you are ready.
Kovac will just mention, Count Dunstan, we will provide the aid you seek. Whereas previous adventures have failed you, we will not.
I cannot say they were craven. They made some nonsensical claim of a curse from Drax the Invulnerable. Can you imagine? Whatever their reason, they did refuse. Follow me. And he turns. Is there anything you require? Food? Supplies?
I think we should be well set.
Perhaps some torches.
Of course. He provides you flint and steel, 6 torches.
Great.
If I may make a suggestion, as the general's thirst for revenge has crept upon him, might he send out a small diversionary force while we make this descent?
He looks over at you, and he's got barely contained rage. You would have me send my men to die simply to be a decoy for you amateur mercenaries?
It's die now or die in the slaughter as you charge into the field.
Dunstan looks at him and with a very level gaze says, yes, that is exactly what I would have you do, General Alloy. You see the general, his eyes sink. So be it. I will have men waiting by the city wall. We know where the exit to this place is. When you emerge, I will send a small force of men out. And they will die. They will die horribly.
We will try to make sure that it's not in vain.
He sighs again heavily one more time. So be it. All right, and with that, party, you find yourselves moving through the tense and heavily concerned halls of Count Dunstan's castle in Nurl. You see various members of his royal retinue. They walk around with pensive faces, gnawing fingernails. Scullery maids clutch their mops as though they might be able to somehow fend off the undead would they find them inside these hallways. And all around, the sense of impending doom clearly weighs down on this castle. You gather your supplies. If there's any other standard supplies you guys want, you can just write them on your character sheets. If you want rope, if you want any, I mean, I'm not telling you what you need. Just anything standard that you could find, they will provide to you as you head down. As you get further and further down the stairs, you come across several turns and then a large double door. The double door itself is collecting dust. You can see cobwebs on the edges of it. Dunstan looks over at you again and he says, I would not ask you to make this sacrifice, to do this folly had I any other choice. That you are willing, I can only say thank you. And he pulls open the doors. As he pulls them open, it opens into a yawning passageway and stairs, stone stairs themselves, ancient and worn, going deep into the darkness.
Finnegan is going to step forward without waiting too long. He seems very comfortable going into cramped, dark spaces. The rest of you know that this is totally fine for him, despite being a human and not being able to see.
The Blood Crows have often seen Finnegan almost enjoys such places.
Kelvin will follow after Finnegan.
As will Kovac.
As was that.
All right.
By the way, as soon as we're out of ear space of the rest of them, Kelvin will mention Finnegan. So, Finn, is this our third or fourth countless horde that we've had to deal with?
Well, I think this might have been our fourth. Perhaps we might be able to find some nook or cranny to the Underdark and be able to weasel our way out of here.
It does us no good to be fed to the slaughter. Indeed, this is the best move. Well done.
Thank you. I thought assuring him of his safety would ensure his compliance.
So does his usual routine of touching one of his many holy symbols that he carries to any god out there. Says, "Whoever you are, protect us on this journey."
Kelvin chuckles because they know full well that he's not going to let them just shrink away from this duty, not willingly.
Yeah,
it's become a running joke.
All right, as you, I love this, by the way. This is so as you descend down the steps into the gloomy darkness, who I have, I'm assuming that both Kelvin and Dr. Finnegan have lit torches. Is that fair?
I'll just use the cantrip light in order to.
If he's got the cantrip going, and I'm right behind him, there's...
Okay, so you can go two abreast. It's wide enough, so tell me what the party marching order is.
Dr. Finnegan's going to be towards the back.
Oh, you're...
He went in first, but he slowly filters toward the back.
I was in front of the Lord, so it was important that I led the way, but now that we're far enough away, I'm going to shrink to the back of the order.
All right.
I'll go towards the front. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, all right. And then next, so do we have, I'm assuming Kelvin and Zach are in front, and then we would follow...
Back, Zach.
All right, Corvus and Kovac, and then Finnegan kind of behind by himself. All right. And so I'm going to bring this up on the screen. As you descend down the stairs, it is quite a lengthy set of stairs. You would estimate that you are perhaps even 100 feet now below the ground, and the air grows more and more chill. It is a moist and damp air here, and
Home.
and definitely feels uncomfortable for some, quite comfortable for others. And actually, hang on a second here. I think I had a little audio malfunction. Let me fix this real quick. I know exactly what to do. And that guy, so I'll let you guys role play while I do this. So as you're walking down the stairs deeper and deeper, the light cast before you by Dr. Finnegan illuminates the way. You see small things scurrying in the darkness around you, and you can hear the faint howl of wind through these halls.
I dare say, Corvus, the idea of dealing with another haunting does not excite me in the least. They seem to be complex entities to appease.
Corvus's hand is shaking, you notice, and he pulls a small vial out and takes a quick sip. This will be fine.
I have.
Kel-
Go ahead.
Now, Kelvin, hearing this, just says, "I have." After listening to that, I'm no longer certain whether this be real or just the old tale meant to frighten small children into being well.
Small children, it seems, and counts.
Oh, no, all sorts of horrible things lurk the further down you go. I can assure you that. And I have to
That's
say,
very reassuring.
oh, trust me, we're not far enough down to see the worst of it.
That's okay, though. We've encountered countless of these types of things, have we not?
Well, yes, there was the haunting of the house on the hill. But that one was, I think, a little girl, wasn't it? If I remember, I wasn't close enough to see it. Kelvin, you had a much better look with your holy symbol in its face.
I slept through
Yes,
that
you
one.
were in the back of the pack again, Finn, if I do recall.
Well, I think that the rear guard is a very honorable position to be in the army. I see no reason why it's not the same in our group.
Yes, of course.
And I have to
Well
say,
then.
Corvus, deeming the guards as decoys is not good bedside manner. Are you familiar with the term?
I did not like the general's attitude.
So then that goes to all of his men too. I see. Okay, understood.
As a soldier, so be it. It's their duty.
Perhaps the training provided was not as good as the old general would like to have seen, if he has such little faith in his warriors.
And
The
perhaps
choice
he'll
of
mutiny.
words. The choice of words could have used some polishing, perhaps, but the concept was sound. As much of a shame as it will be for those lost.
I don't blame the choice of words. He was the one who wanted to lead them out in a full-on head-on battle anyways. So why all of a sudden did he get upset when we said use them?
Yes, but
Excellent
the men that
point.
we're sending, the soldiers that we're sending to their death, deserve better thought than words such as those. Regardless of the general's rashness and, well, just not very nice.
Well,
You know-
perhaps we will meet them again in one form or another.
And to be fair,
Victory.
Kelvin, we did not send them to their deaths. The order was given by the good count.
Yes, this is all his fault. He is too ready to accept responsibility, so why do we need to wrest it from his hands?
Fair.
Calvin just sighs and decides that, yeah, this is a conversation that oxygen may be needed for better purposes than arguing this point.
At last, when you're almost completely out of breath, you reach the bottom of these stairs and you see a long stone passageway, no doubt ancient beyond measure, extends before you, utter blackness. Only the light of the spell that has been cast. Thank you very much, Wayne. Casts any illumination And if you'll direct your attention to your second screen, you'll see there's the party marching order I have, and there you can see the hallway extending.
In case it wouldn't have been obvious, Kelvin does have his Warhammer out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I have my bow I have my bow out right now with an arrow notched in it.
All right.
Bow and arrow.
Each of your weapons at the ready. You have this eerie sense of foreboding as you crunch down this corridor. You walk for what seems an almost endless amount of time until you come to a portcullis that you can see ahead. As you get close to it, thick wood oak beams still resisting despite their age, stand before you, studded with metal. And as you get closer, you can see it is quite sealed.
Well, it seems we've tried our best.
New plan.
Well, that was brief.
Oh. So I look around the edge of this gate to see if there's any way of getting it to open, like a lever or maybe something that we can push to...
As you approach it and look more closely, you peer through and you see more corridor beyond on the other side. You don't see anything that you can detect from this angle. How close do you get? Do you get right up on it?
I'd get about a foot and a half from it or something.
Or you're about a foot and a half from it, and you peer through. All you can see is corridor beyond. It's exactly as you see it here on the screen. Huge wooden beams studded together with metal driven straight into the ground.
I was going to say, Finnegan's going to immediately just start looking around at the stones to see if there's a pressured one. These type of things, let's just say, are a best practice in the underground world, and they might be here.
Curious that there's no obvious method for
17.
opening or closing a portcullis from this side.
A 17.
On
by
the other
way.
side, then.
Okay. All right, you see Finnegan, Dr. Finnegan begins placing his hands on stones, pushing, moving around the wall. The stone is clammy. It sort of sweats through with water that clearly must be on the other side, and cold to the touch. Occasionally something small skitters across your hand, various little insects and small centipedes, cave crickets that merge from the stone, feeling the warmth of your hand. You don't find anything.
Well, at least we know we'll never go hungry down here.
Oh, it's very difficult to go hungry. There's quite a lot of protein if you are quick enough to catch it.
Kelvin, seeing he's not making any headway with that, Corvus, Zach, please assist. And he goes and starts trying to lift the portcullis manually.
Yeah, I'll help.
All right.
I figure
Your
there
backs
should be
into
enough
it,
room
boys.
Somebody stand watch while we do this.
All right, so the two of you step up to it. Let me look at your character sheets here quickly. I think I already know the answer to this, but I want to make sure I have the correct stats. And in particular, so who do we have up there? We have...
I think Kelvin and Zach at the moment.
Yeah, Zach and Kevin are the two that are up there.
All right, Kelvin and Zen, you have all seen Zach, quite strong. He has committed feats of strength many times. The two of you fix your hands underneath the bottommost part. Understand, this is not the first thing you've lifted before in an adventure. And you get your back into it, your legs, put your legs down, you squat, and you begin to pull up on it. I need you each to roll D20.
I rolled a 19.
Rolled a 16.
Okay. As you pull, incredible strength with both of you. Clearly, the mechanism here is aging, and I've already mentioned there's quite a bit of water. Even as you're looking at it now, you can see there's rust in some of the rivets that hold these things together, and it does. The portcullis, you hear a snap, and it slides up, revealing the passageway beyond.
Well done, Zach. And he claps him on the shoulder with this hand.
Well done. We're holding. Did it go up and out of our reach, or are we holding it up?
No, it like once the mechanism, there's clearly a counterbalance. Once you'd snap the locking mechanism, it slid up into the ceiling.
Okay, I'll take a step forward through it.
Well done, gentlemen.
All right, you take a step forward through it. As you take a step forward through it, you notice that something interesting happens. And specifically, what's interesting that happens is that massive spikes spring from either side of the wall. I need you to roll a d20, please. These ancient spikes coated with rust, but the mechanism still works. What's your roll?
Natural 20.
Okay, as you step forward, you're nat 20, you're able to step away. You are still caught, so it's half damage by one of these spikes. As it strikes you, you are going to take, you kind of quickly duck out of the way. Poof! You're almost squeezed between the two, but only your quick reaction gets you out of the way of the second set of spikes. And, hold on here. You take 16 points of damage as these spikes slice into your flesh, and you kind of stagger back. They slowly, then you all see them begin to retract back into the wall.
Are you okay?
Oh, that hurt.
Come here. I kind of wave my hands, motioning for him to come over.
All right, I'll walk towards you.
Now, please tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you in?
Oh, I'd say probably about a 5.
5, so that's about 30%? Okay, let me help you here. And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds. And yes, I know I got the math wrong. That's a 9.
Okay. You feel some healing power come from Dr. Finnegan's hands. Not the first time the doctor has offered you his ministrations, for which you are deeply grateful.
Now you should be approximately fully back to normal. No need to thank me.
How much healing was it?
It was 9. It was 9 points of healing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
As I
at your service.
put my hand on your shoulder.
Oh, no need to touch me, really. It's fine. You can say thank you. It's enough.
Did when Zach stepped through and the thing there, did Kelvin happen to notice whether there was like a pressure plate or something that he stepped on the other side?
Yeah, roll d20.
Activated. Roll d20. 16 again.
On the die. Yes, actually,
Yeah.
you did see. You were kind of watching him carefully. You've been around the block a few times. You thought it was very interesting. He just walked straight through here, and you saw the flooring that he stepped on. It was a slight depression and a click. And I've left the spikes where they are on the screen so you can see them, but they've actually retracted back in the wall. But this is where they were.
Kelvin says,
Perhaps that was... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, there's a pressure plate on the floor. Could one of you determine how many there are and if they can be bypassed?
Well, I know
Well,
there's one for sure.
Well, they could be out of spikes.
The spikes retracted. The trap may have reset itself. You may feel free to test.
No, you're a wise man. I trust you. Seems like a lot of them. You wouldn't think there'd be more.
I don't take that. I wouldn't take that bet. Not very wise, but I'm pretty intelligent.
You see, I'm still trying to learn some of those books you give me. I'm nearly literate. I very
John,
much appreciate your help.
As Kelvin points out the pressure plate, is it possible to see anything that differentiates that stone or that plate from other parts of the floor? And are there other parts of the floor that look like that pressure plate?
Great question. Unfortunately, the answer is no. This is strong workmanship, particularly for it to have survived functionally intact for as long as it's been down here. And it looks seamless as you look at the floor, particularly, with the single light source that you have, and looking at it from 10 feet away, it's indistinguishable from the rest of the floor.
So is there like a stone or something on the floor? And I'm not talking a pebble. I'm talking like a 10-pound stone or something like that on the ground. Anywhere near here.
Actually, yes. As you look over, you see there's a large piece of the stonework that has actually fallen out. So there's a block laying on the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna pick that up and kind of toss it out into there to see if it could trigger anything else.
Okay. As you do this, you step back over. You toss the stone, and it's clearly not heavy enough, or the trap is no longer working. You're not sure why, but it does not trigger anything. The stone just rests there on the same place you were standing. Nothing happens.
The stone's within a good leaping distance, though, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to be stopped by this trap.
No, we're not.
I was waiting for Dr. Finnegan to say, well, we tried.
Yeah. Again, I'm not even certain there's more spikes.
Well, again, the spikes retracted back into the thing. So
I Chandler know that.
okay, all right.
Yeah, there's role play happening here, Robert.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, trust me, nothing gets past Chandler. If you think he's role playing, if you think he's not.
It's like a steakhouse. His card was flipped red. So
And once again, Kelvin says you are welcome to test that theory.
John, are there other stone blocks in the hall that we could use, or is that the only one?
Yeah, as you look around, the masonry here was actually quite exceptional. It's remarkable how well it stood the test of time. This was the only block that had fallen out of the wall.
Gentlemen, there's no need to be all bound up here. Let's see what happens as we move forward. And Kovac is going to come forward, and now keeping track of where those spikes came out of the wall, he's going to sort of duck down below on that. It looks like the left side, the spikes are a little bit higher, perhaps. So he's going to be along the wall below the spikes, and he's going to try to get to where the block was thrown to.
Okay, so you're going to move along this wall here. Now remember, you're going off memory. So you saw the flash of an eye, the spikes come out, and then about 3 seconds, they kind of they retracted. You can't see it anymore. As you look at the mortar, even the holes themselves where the spikes emerge are cleverly concealed. So you'd be kind of guessing as to how high those spikes were, but you're going to hunker down. Are you crawling on your belly? Are you squatting? Tell me what you're doing as you move along that wall.
Not on his belly, but certainly like crouched down, almost on hands and knees, but still on his feet. If you catch my drift, kind of not crab walking, but he's getting low and he's crouching down as he scurries out to that block.
Kovac, fair warning, before you do what I think you're about to do, if I were to design this, I would put a second mechanism in there.
It's a great point.
He says this right as you're about to step, to the pressure plate where the block is.
Exactly. I waited until that last second.
And that's not a DM warning. I'm not.
Beads of sweat. Just beads of sweat rolling down Kovac's brow. But he does it.
He steps forward. As he steps forward again, and these spikes come out from either side. And let's just see here.
Dave is also sweating now.
You feel you almost weren't low enough. But you have a keen mind. Your memory was good. Your spatial reasoning was sound. One of the spikes goes right through your hair. You feel the cold steel sitting atop your head. But now you're on top of the platform, and the spikes remain out with your weight and the weight of the stone standing there.
Well then, perhaps we found a method of testing, albeit extremely deadly if we blow it.
Good work, Kovac. Now just stand right there.
Don't move.
I don't intend to move a muscle.
Well, never mind.
I knew you could do it.
All right, so what's the party doing? It is disconcerting having these. I mean, there are a full 18 of these, 9 on each side, very pointed. The ones on the right still have some dripping blood from Zach from them, and they're like, there's just a couple of feet between. You'd have to turn sideways to move through these things, or if you go on that one side, you could kind of belly crawl across.
So I'm able to reach that stone block.
Yeah.
Thrown.
Yeah.
Can I use that and place it on various stones in proximity to where I'm crouched to see if it triggers any additional emergence of spikes?
Sure.
A risky
Try.
game to play.
Yeah, sure. So you take the block. It's a little bit heavy for you, and you place it on some of the adjacent stones. Even as you're doing this, you're intelligent enough to know that nothing happens. But this block wasn't heavy enough to trigger even the trap you knew about. So that does go through your mind. But yeah, nothing happens as you move it around the various stones.
Okay.
So there seems to
So how long is this corridor?
You can't see it. Extends into the darkness.
Long ways.
Okay, I tell everybody to clear the way.
Oh boy.
getting out of the way.
I back up and I get a running start, and then I slide as far as I can.
Okay. All right. You see Zach. Zach, as you start running, you feel adrenaline churning through you. There is a sense that goes through your mind that perhaps this is not the smartest thing in the world that you've ever done. But then again, who's counting? As you turn, you hit the spot right where the spikes are. You see this Kovac, he hits the ground. He slides. As he slides, he goes underneath the spikes, and he reaches the stone on the other side, and the stone on the other side goes, and you see him disappear.
A glyph of
Funk! As you hit the ground, Zach, you fall about 15 feet. You also slam into spikes that lay at the bottom of this pit, clearly intended exactly for this purpose. And
As I'm falling, though, I do have the climbing tools. Is there any way that I could, put one of the spikes into the side as I'm going down to kind of catch it?
one of which spikes? I'm sorry.
So I have the climbing tools.
Oh, you like the...
It's on my character.
You would have had that would be something you'd have to have prepared. You can't fall 15 feet, reach into your pack, pull out a piton or some other, like, and then it's too much. Now, you could try taking your blade, slamming it, like anything you would have in your hand reasonably. I don't know if you were sliding with your blade like this. That's dangerous, but you could have been. But no, you can't reach into your pack and pull something out in such a small area. You fall, you strike, you feel piercing of several spikes. You take 18 points of damage as they cut through your armor, biting into your back, into your glutes, into your hamstrings, your calves, all along as you slam onto it. They're only about 6 inches high, but 6 inches is more than enough. And you hear him let out a cry from beneath.
Elvin turns to Finnegan and completely deadpan says, "Well, we tried."
You're still, and Kovac is still standing on those steps.
Yeah. Zach, what happened?
Oh, there's a pit there. Ow!
There's a pit? What's in the pit? Is it snakes?
Nah, more spiky thingies.
Oh no, I always knew you had a stick up your ass.
Yeah, just a few this time.
Whatever you do, don't move. Letting the spikes out of you will cause more blood to flow. Not good for you.
Kelvin, you do have the ability to resurrect our good friend if need be, don't you?
I that is beyond my that is beyond what I've been granted. I have some time to go before I may be able to do such.
Well, then we'll have to send out for applications for a new member, perhaps.
Oh, you all have given up on dear Zach so soon? The man who's faced 2 spikes and lived so far.
So here's what I want to know, and as he's trying to figure out what we're going to do for poor Zach over here, he pulls out his rope and looks for, tosses one end through the thing to like get down to Zach. And, Zach, grab that. But he does turn to Kovac. He says, "So they remember a legend of a spirit ghost haunting thing, but they fail to mention the spikes of pit of death. What nonsense is this?"
Well, clearly they built the spikes to keep the ghost in.
You'd think they might have mentioned it.
He did say it had been decades since anyone had been down here.
Though clearly concerned for Zach, Corvus asks, "Zach, how far across is that pit?"
Zach, you kind of looking up. It's about 10 feet. You're muted.
Thank you.
You're muted, Zach.
It's about 10 feet or so. But, ow, my butt! Ow! I think I got one in each cheek.
We could walk across Zach and then get him out.
I'm only 5'8". That's a 15-foot drop, he said.
Yeah, Kovac, you can see there's the pit just ahead of you. You can see sort of the lip of it, the edge there on the stonework. The spikes are still sitting out.
Never mind. This mathematics is too much for my weak constitution.
The stone that we were using, it is on this side of the pit.
Yes, it's right. I mean, it's right where Kovac is standing here.
If everybody agrees, what I'd like to do at least with that stone is put it where the portcullis was, so that way, if anything does go wrong, we at least have a way to get back under the gate.
Okay. Do you go get it, or do you ask Kovac to hand it to you, or what do you?
I don't think I'm going to ask Kovac. I think I'm going to make an attempt to climb under the bars under the left, just like they did, and see if I can retrieve it myself.
Okay, you get down on hands and knees. You crawl. You can smell decay as you look around Zach, you see several skeletal forms lying in this pit next to you, all of them so long dead, not a scrap of flesh remains. Some of the bones are yellowing with age. You see a centipede crawl through a mouth and out an eye hole, and then crawl across you. You are still sort of, you don't even want to move. You know it's going, like sitting up, and the warning you have from Dr. Finnegan, you're just laying here waiting for the second wave of pain when you move.
Doc, is this what you told these people, skeletons that are down here, don't move?
I haven't gotten a chance to. Wait, they're skeletons. I haven't gotten a chance to speak with them. Bring one of their bones.
I toss a skull up.
Okay. A skull comes tossed up.
Somebody hand me that.
I roll
want
it
to
back.
speak to him.
Okay. End over end, this skull comes rolling, rests at your feet.
Yeah, you could have treated him a bit better.
Kelvin sighs, and he's going to do the shimmy, like sideways through the 2 sets of spikes.
Well, okay, so the right side is too low, and now the left side is too crowded until Corvus comes back. So Corvus, you take the
I thought you said there was like a space in between that if I turned sideways.
Oh, 2 feet. Yeah, you want to try that? Okay, all right. So you're gonna kind
Trusting that won't trigger further.
of turn sideways, and you eke your way right past Corvus and Kovac, and you feel the spikes kind of. You got a good-sized chest, and your armor, you feel them kind of brushing on both ends, but you do manage to get your way through, and you look down, you see this hole in the ground straight ahead of you, and you hear the moans coming from Zach.
He's going to lower one end of the rope down to Zach, holding the other. Unless there's a way to get down there without being impaled myself to help him off, the only way we're going to do this is basically to pull him.
All right. You pull out your coil of rope, you drop it down. Zach, as you're looking up, you see the friendly face of Kelvin, and he drops a coil of rope. Even the weight of the rope as it lands on your chest jostles a bit, sends a fresh jolt of pain through all of your back.
All right. So, Doc said don't move. And you want me to grab this and move?
Kelvin turns to Doc and says, "Suggestions?"
Well, we got to get him off the spikes eventually, so I'd go ahead and move him, and if you can get him to me quickly, I can close up those holes of his. I'll leave him enough holes to use, though.
Zach, Zach, I don't suppose you could tie that end of the rope around you somehow.
I can try.
I don't trust him to not pass out as we pull him off the spikes.
All right, so to tie the rope around you, you're going to have to sit up. You sit up.
So there's no space. I mean, I went all the way down to the floor.
Well, the spikes are 6 inches, and you're impaled on it. So, like, you're not going to be able to needle thread a rope underneath you, and no, you're going to have to sit up to get this around you.
So, if that's the case, I might as well just tie it around my wrist and hang on and have you pull me that way.
All right, you see him. He coils it around the meatier part of his wrist, cinches it. We'll let you then you curl it around the right arm, so you've got both arms. And he looks up at you, and you see plaintiveness and maybe a touch of fear in his eyes.
I hope your shoulders or joints are strong. And with that, Kelvin starts to pull.
As he pulls, you feel the need to resist, like there's instinctive desire not to have this happen to you. But as it does, you hear a sucking sound as the spikes come out of your body. Ah! You hear him scream. You take another 6 points of damage. As he pulls off, you feel blood, warm blood going down your hamstrings and your calves, soaking your pants. And as Kelvin pulls you up, Kelvin, what's your strength again?
14.
A 14. He gets you about halfway up, and he's running out of steam. You're a heavy guy. 14 strength. He cannot pull you up any further, and you're dangling there.
Yes. That would be a good time.
You're dangling about halfway up, and Kelvin is straining.
Zach, you need to miss a meal or two.
If you drop him, make sure he lands on the same spikes. That way he doesn't make more holes.
That's not how this works.
All right, I need you to go ahead and make a roll a d20 and add your strength bonus, please, Robert. Kelvin is growing fatigued. Your forearms and your hands are starting to burn. Lactic acid is building up. Your shoulders are shaking.
I am working back over there to help.
Zach, I am so sorry. That's a 4 total.
A 4 total?
I rolled a 2.
All right. You feel the rope starts pulling through his hands. What did you say, Corvus?
I'm crawling my way back over there quickly to try to help.
Okay, Corvus, we're going to make an initiative check here. This is initiative of Kelvin against Corvus. Does he fail in his grip quicker than you can get there to aid? Both of you roll d6.
Do try not to kill Zach, please.
2.
4.
Just at the last, you feel yourself sinking, Zach. It's inexorably slow, but you look down and you know those spikes are still sharp enough. It will just be a slow entry as 200 pounds slides down onto them. You can feel your feet touching the spikes when suddenly you see Corvus' hand on the rope just as you were about to hit the spikes. And now between the two of them, they...
Just a little help. Just a little help.
The rope is rubbing, though, on the rough edge of the stone. And it'd be... No. And you manage to pull Zach up. He lays on the ground in pain. Thank you for the sub, Red Hulk. He lays in pain on the ground. You see blood just flowing out from beneath him.
Okay, I break out a piece of chalk, and at the edge of that pit, I just write, no.
Finnegan will scurry over to Zach, more akin to a rodent than a man, and will try and roll him over on his front. That way I can see the damage on the back, and apply my healing by putting my hands on him.
All right, you roll him over. As you flip him over, you see puncture wounds, as I said earlier, all down his back, prominent in his glutes, in his hamstrings, his calves, even his heels are bloodied. Go ahead and roll your healing.
All right. Oh, not too bad. I got a total of 14 on him. It's a lot like getting mint or aftershave on you. It's cold healing. That's kind of the feeling that you get. So stings a little bit.
Ah! Don't use the alcohol.
The spikes now that actually no, we still have Kovac is still standing on the plate, right? So, all right. Zach stumbles to his feet, still in a great deal of pain, and the memory of the folly. It was a nice slide, though. I mean, yeah, it was a glorious slide. I mean, you were right underneath those spikes. Now you're staring in the face of Finnegan, who has once again mended your wounds.
Fantastic, Zach. Would you like to try again and keep moving?
Sure, why not?
Well, okay. I'm gonna still clutch the skull. Did it have a mandible, by the way, like a lower jaw? This is an important detail.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. The mandible, those things oftentimes don't stay attached. You could guess it's probably down in the pit somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss it back in the pit and just say, "This is useless to me. How are you supposed to talk to me now?"
Well, you didn't say. You just said the skull. I tossed you the skull.
It clatters.
Let me ask you: would you still consider yourself to have a skull if I ripped your lower jaw out?
Yes.
Something would be. That's semantical. And you,
By the way, Kovac, as you're looking around, now that you're on this side, you can see there's actually a small lever that is on this side behind the stone wall. You'd have to have a really good angle to see it from the other side that would close and open the portcullis.
Does it appear as though there's anything that might trigger or put a safety, as it were, on some of these spike traps?
As you're looking around, yeah, very good question. As you're looking, you do note there is very cleverly concealed beneath two of the stones, really right at your feet on the opposite side between the pit and the spikes, with a small metal, looks like a disc, and when you kind of gently touch it, you feel it can be depressed.
Look here. Perhaps a trigger of sorts.
We'll push it.
Very well. He pushes it.
What could go wrong?
Encouragement.
What could possibly go wrong, right?
Listen, if there's any more traps in this section right here, we are saying, well, we gave it a shot.
You push it and it indents and it stays down. It looks like some kind of a mechanism that can be pushed up or pushed down. Second time would bring it back up to re-trigger it. And as you do this, the spikes disappear.
And that, my friends, is magic. He'll give a little flourish.
But was it really?
No, sir.
So there is a small little 5-foot walkway on either side of this pit. You could easily walk around it if you chose to. The pit was really only for those unwary enough to go right down the middle.
I will allow someone else to walk ahead.
Alvin will walk on the left side around the pit carefully.
All right, and soon you're on the other side, and you see the passageway yawning before you.
Corvus follows in his steps.
Come, fellows.
Make sure to watch your step. I'll follow after him.
Yeah, we'll follow around that way.
All right.
I'm gonna be looking around if I find any more bones or skulls or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you do see there are bits and pieces of ancient corpses that lay here. So what you're looking for is an intact skull and mandible, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's very important. Those two pieces together create something great.
I keep telling you, there's more down there.
Do they have to come from the same individual?
That's a great question.
That could be confusing if they were from two.
Well, would it be easy for you to talk with somebody else's jaw? I mean, these are the questions that we're having to ask at this point.
How am I supposed to know, Finnegan? You're the doctor, damn it!
Well, I mean, experimentation is... Let's keep moving.
As you continue moving, scanning the ground, it is with frustration, Dr. Finnegan. You do, in fact, see another skull, but Sans' mandible is this one as well, just laying haplessly on the ground, front teeth scraping stone. All right, you guys continue down the passageway? All right, party. Same marching order we had previously.
I'm a little concerned with just a skull being out in the middle of nowhere with nothing around it.
There seems to be a body snatcher of some kind.
Yeah, as you think about it, you realize it's quite possible someone who would be hit by the spikes, bleeding, maybe somehow miss the pit trap, might just wander here and die. Or perhaps something else happened.
Where's the rest of them?
Right.
That's a good question. You continue to wander down the hallway, and you can tell it's slanting deeper and deeper, so you're moving further underground. As you do so, that sense of foreboding I referenced earlier only serves to grow. Soon, after what seems an eternity, you come to a bend in the passageway, and you can feel from the breeze, it feels like maybe something opens up on the other side of this passageway in the corridor, and I'll bring it back up on the visuals for you here. Just a moment. So I have Zach and our Kelvin in front, and Corbin and Kovac, Corvus and Kovac, and then Finnegan. All right. And if you look at your screen, you get to the edge, and you can feel a strong, cool breeze coming through the other side.
Kelvin feels the breeze. We can't possibly be close to the exit already, can we?
They never said how far down it was.
As you're talking, you note something else about the breeze. It's chill beyond just the chill of the stone. It's frigid. As you're talking, you can see one another's breath.
Yeah. There's evil afoot, my friends.
It is no breeze. Ready yourselves.
I'm gonna take a pinch of salt from one of my bags and prepare myself with it.
Okay.
What are
As
you gonna do? Lather yourself up? Make yourself tasty?
There was once a folktale I heard that said all sorts of spirits aren't keen to salt. We might have to put that to the test. They seemed like a very believable person.
All right, so you look in. As you shine your light in, you can see the stone changes here. It's some sort of whiter, polished stone, huge squares as compared to the cobble that you saw earlier. And there's a very, very dim, pale blue luminance that you can see in the looming darkness.
The only way we can go is through that.
I mean, as far as you can see, you've come down a corridor that hangs right.
Perhaps, Zach, before you step through the doorway, checking for traps would be prudent.
Well, I'm not a rogue, but I can give it a try.
Perhaps we let someone better suited to check. He doesn't like to think of Corvus as a rogue, but
Thank you.
It's easier to ignore that portion. But he's very talented at finding things for reasons he doesn't bother to wonder about.
So
Battlefield scavenging.
who checks for traps?
I'll make the attempt.
All right, Corvus steps forward nimbly, kind of gently moves Zach aside, and then you see, even as he steps forward, his face is also illuminated by this very pale blue light. He leans over and he checks the ground. Now, I will hear, if you guys have watched Blue Box enough, you know many times I will do things like check for traps, because if you roll and you roll a 20 and I say there are no traps, you know there are no traps in a way that your character might not be as sure. If you roll a 1 and you see that you rolled a 1 and I tell you there are no traps, you have no trust that there are no traps in a way that your character would not know. So there are times like this where I will make the roll and then I will report to you.
Yes, I have been.
Corvus, as you search, you feel along the stonework cool to the touch. You note the seams, the mortar in between the stones. You find no evidence of traps.
Turns back to Calvin and says, I suspect, as Dr. Finnegan does, that our troubles here may be more supernatural.
Oh, they feel quite supernatural.
I mean, this is the cold of death that we're feeling. Is it not?
Yes, it is.
Good. I actually didn't know. I appreciate the affirmation.
I don't even need to waste the detect evil spell for this one. there's something afoot. Kelvin steps into the room.
As he should. Kelvin always takes point in these scenarios.
As Kelvin bravely steps through the strange shadows being cast by the light against the doorway, and all of you hold your breath as he steps in. Kelvin, you see it does indeed open up into a wide chamber. You see massive pillars that support the structure of the room, and it looks to be 60 by 50 or so, and completely empty from what you can see, but a set of stairs that lead up to your right.
Curious. Does look like like an antechamber, something?
Perhaps.
Well, come, friends. If it's here, it is either hidden from us or still further up ahead.
As I get ready to walk, through, I'm going to look up at the ceiling to make sure there's nothing up there.
A spike.
Oh, look at that. Zach being cautious. Well done. No, you look up. It's difficult to make out the ceiling, but the illumination from Dr. Finnegan's spell is just reaching the surface of the ceiling. You note nothing unusual except, again, you see the skittering of small insects moving across the ceiling, but nothing more alarming than that. Soon you have all entered in the room. The pillars beside you are actually quite substantial and impressive structures. I'll bring those back up. Supporting this tall roof, and you see those stairs ahead of you.
And just to be clear, these are not hugging pillars, right?
You don't know, you could try.
Does it seem like the structure that we're in, I'm willing to make a roll to try and figure this out, seems to be of the same make as the castle above us?
Great question. Roll a d20 and add your wisdom for me, please.
I can make that happen. A nat 20.
Ooh. You note that this is actually more ancient stonework and clearly quarried from a different place. You have spent much time underground. You know such things. This is an older area than the city above.
Make note, these pillars are not the same makeup as the ones we've seen in the town above. And I run my thumb along the stone. You can see the different shade from some land far away, for some quarry lost to time. Okay, fine, great.
Riveting tale of geology, my friend.
Well, I thought it was important. Somebody had to make this cave.
What know you
know
of this
what?
area, Finnegan?
You know what?
What stood here before the city of Neural?
Well, I'm gonna make a history check, and I'm actually gonna keep that secret between you and me, John.
Okay. All right. Send me a Discord if you want.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Here we go.
There's only one obvious exit from this room.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, I mean, the stairs and the one you came through. Yes. I don't see your Discord yet.
Oh, Discord. Whoops. I sent it in Zoom.
Okay, that's fine. I'll find it. Hang on. No worries. Okay. Okay. You got it.
Oh, Did you send it in Discord or in
Zoom.
in Zoom?
Did you not get it?
You sent it to me accidentally.
Oh, okay. How did that happen?
My lips are sealed though.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Kovac. I appreciate it for all this that's going on. All this riveting stonework knowledge.
Exactly.
This is what the people tuned in for.
If you would have just Discorded me, we would have had it right the first time. But no, go. You got it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you asked. This right here seems to be very clearly Underdark, and I think perhaps. Have you ever heard of mind flayers?
Yes.
I think it bears a clear resemblance to some of their architecture.
Good God. Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Hauntings, mind flares, and spikes. Oh my.
I'm beginning to yearn for the 10,000 undead outside the doors.
Corbus has never encountered mind flares. What caution do I need?
Every ounce of caution you can muster, my friend.
Well, it was important for me to keep you all abreast of the situation. I try and make myself useful.
This has been a friendly service reminder by Dr. Finnegan.
Yes.
All right. So what do you do, party?
I guess we're going ahead because you can only go with the. Well, we tried you one too many times.
It never grows old. All right. So
Looks like you're up, Zach.
you first, Kelvin.
Yeah, sure. Calvin takes a deep breath, then makes his way up the stairs.
Okay. And as the party follows behind, you make your way up the stairs, and the light ahead that's slightly azure in nature grows a bit brighter. The chill grows more and more cold. It's difficult to resist a shiver. As you crest the top of the stairs, you see a room that is similar in width but much more shallow than the room you were just in. And the thing that catches your eye is that azure glow seems to be coming from the wall. As you stare at the wall, you think you see the slightest flutter of movement.
Is this magic something that Kovac might have heard of or relate back to the haunting warnings that they were given in terms of manifestation of an entity?
Roll d20.
9 on the die.
On the die, you have familiarity with certain types of haunting and manifestations of the dead, and you know strange illumination and chill changes in temperature are common among such sightings.
There is an entity close, my friends. Be sharp.
As he says this, Kelvin, you can't help it. Your head moves around, looking carefully around. You feel the chill as the temperature grows even lower, and then you hear like the cracking of stone, and that blue glow grows brighter, and you see coming from the wall, and I'll pull this back up on the screen for you. You see coming from the wall emerges a figure floating a few feet off the ground. Clearly a woman dressed like a noble lady, an ethereal braid over one shoulder, eyes that are piercing, mouth pursed, and she looks directly at you.
Calvin is going to lower his weapon, looking trying to look non-threatening. Well, I mean, the weapon's still out, but not looking like he's about to attack or anything.
As you do this, her eyes turn toward you,
Have you seen him? Lord Verab? Are you here to help me find him? I am his lady. I am
Lady.
Lady
Oh,
Ganesha.
sorry.
And have you seen Lord Verab?
We have not. Do you know where he has gone?
She stares at you for a moment. And then you see her gaze becomes more piercing. All of you're all standing there, and you see the look on her face turns from prim to a sneer.
Honorable lady, indeed, we are here to aid you to the best of our ability.
You are not here to aid. You are just like them. You are like all the others. You come to bring pain. You come to bring death. You bring war. And you bring woe. And you leave widows.
We come to end wars, to save people from such horrors. I bid you, hear us in your time of need.
She's silent for a moment. She looks over the group.
You lie like they all do. Oh, the men, they all make excuses for their war. They all say their war is just. They all say it's needed. It's to protect us. And all they do is leave us behind!
I got a question. When she gets louder, does it pierce my ears or any of our ears like more painfully or anything like that?
At that last pitch, yes. It is definitely actually. This is not purely mental or sight. This is audible in the room, and that last screech sort of reverberates through the room.
Oh, now I'll just take one half step back and put my palms to my ears, not liking the loud noise.
Lady, on my oath to by Palor's light, I am sworn to protect, to defend, to right that which is wrong. Who has wronged you?
She thinks for a moment, but she is now floating towards you. And as she floats towards you, you see her eyes are steely, her lip is curled.
Who has wronged me? I used to think it was them. I used to think it was the one they call the enemy. It's always an enemy. It's always someone bad that must be handled. But you know who really betrayed me? Lord Verab, my own husband. He left me with them, with the children. I came looking for him. I came down here, I looked for him. But I didn't find him. Oh no, I found something very different. You all betray, all of you. You warriors, you all say it's your oath. You all say you are bound to some honor, and all you do is leave bodies and widows and children that are orphaned.
Kovac also covers his ears.
Yeah. Dr. Finnegan will just reply rather glibly. Lord Verab is a louse. You said it clearly enough. We do not serve him.
Okay, all right. Let me have, so far the two that have really addressed her directly, one would be Kelvin and the other would be Dr. Finnegan. Let me have you each make a diplomacy check, please.
Is there any way I could I'll make a diplomacy check, but could I make a deception as that being more natural to my character?
Absolutely, yes, okay. That would be fair.
Because I don't care who Lord Verab is. Okay, 17.
17, hold on a second, diplomacy, not diplomacy, would that be persuasion?
Yeah, on 5 you'd be persuasion, yes.
Okay, so that's a 20 then.
Okay, dirty 20?
Dirty 20, yeah.
Okay. And what is the deception that you're trying to propagate, Dr. Finnegan?
That just trying to say anything that this lady would want to hear. He's a louse. He's awful. We're not here. We totally get it. We hate him too. That type of message.
Okay. All right. So, Kelvin, as you are speaking to her, even though she's denouncing your claim of nobility and of cause to a deity's purpose, you do see she as she gets closer, she seems to be calming a bit. But when Dr. Finnegan speaks these words, you see her face twist in rage.
Do not speak of him that way. He was twice the man you will ever be.
And she grows more agitated.
Oh, I say nothing of it. You'll never hear my voice again.
Thank Paler for small favors.
She's hovering over you, and you see she seems to be growing as she gets closer to you, Kelvin. Is anyone else doing anything? What's the party doing?
Kelvin is standing there and basically using every ounce of self-restraint he has to keep his weapon lowered and non-threatening.
Kovac is using Kelvin as cover.
I'm watching Kelvin. I got my sword up, but I've got it down. It kind of following his lead by keeping it down. But I'm really concerned about her getting closer and closer.
I'm shrinking away behind the that little rock wall there.
Okay. All right. So you kind of move to the side and exit stage left.
Yeah.
She gets closer to you, and she looks at you, Kelvin.
How many have you killed? How many souls have died on your blade? How many orphans have been made?
He sighs and says, "Too many, madam. It's always too many. One is too many. But sometimes there isn't a choice."
And yet you make them. You say there are too many, and yet you make the corpses. And you make the widows, and you make the orphans, and then you say it's too many, and then you make another, and you say that's too many, and then you make another.
Orbis bows slightly. My lady, I am a child of war. I understand war no better than anyone else in this room. All I ask is that you understand that those choices are made based on our understanding of good and evil in this world.
Philosophize the Banshee. I love that.
She looks at you.
And what is this? Have I found one among 1,000? Not the holy charlatan which claims to do the will of God as he leaves blood in the soil and children to fend for themselves. Not the mocker who hears me say a word I should not have uttered in disparagement of my long-lost husband. But it is not his place to speak ill of him, and yet he does, and then he hides in the shadows. And yet one among 1,000 would speak the truth.
She looks at you, Corvus.
Then why are you a man of war?
My lady, I made this choice long ago, and it wasn't even a choice, really. I was drafted into this service. From one king to the next, from one group to the next, all I've ever known is war. I humbly ask that you understand that these choices are not actually choices that are made in every life. These are options that we're forced into at times that we have no say in them.
Go ahead and roll a d20. Roll persuasion.
18.
Do you think me a hypocrite? I chasten your noble paladin. And yet, how many have I? I have, haven't I? Oh my. Would you make me a promise?
Speak it.
Make me a vow upon your ever-living soul. If you ever see my Lord Verab, tell him I still await. And vow, should you ever harm a child or a mother, you will take your life in that very moment, and I place with your vow a binding upon you.
You have my word.
She floats forward. As she gets close to you, Corvus, the chill so powerful it feels like it's going to your bones. It's difficult for you to concentrate, even not meaning to. Zach and Kelvin have to just sort of take a step back as she grows closer and closer. She reaches out a spectral hand, and you see she turns her head to the side. And she holds out her hand. And as she places it on your forehead, you feel a chill go through you, like your brain itself is freezing, your spine, you feel your entire back arch. And she looks at you and she says,
Speak the vow in your own words.
On my word, not on honor, but on my word, I say to you that I will harm no child to take them away from their mother, no mother to take them away from their child, and we will seek out your lost love.
All of it? If you should do so against your vow,
then I will burn.
You see Corvus, his head snaps back, and he breathes deeply, inhaling great gulps of air, even as the lady begins to move back. She slides toward the wall soundlessly, and she turns back to all of you.
I'm tired now. I think I'll rest. I think I'll rest a while.
Take your leave and sleep well.
Think of them, please, all of them, think of them. In remembering those that are gone, we carry a piece of them with us.
And with that, she turns and she vanishes.
Okay, I don't know what just happened, but we need to get out of here now.
Indeed.
Well done, party. That could have been a very nasty combat. That was an opportunity for something bad to happen, and you guys did a great job with that. You see, in this small room, it looks like it might have been a receiving chamber, perhaps even a place of worship, and there is a door in front of you.
I look at Corvus and say, I'm not leading the way no more.
Come on, Pincushion, you've got this.
Pincushion, but yeah.
Yeah, Oathkeeper, you can go.
I always appreciate your support, Doc.
Oh, I did think about it just a moment. I think everyone was born of a mother, so I think that's an oath to passivity.
But I said I wouldn't do it. One of you can.
All right. What do you do?
Considering she was guarding here, I'm going to say let's make our way towards that door.
Yeah.
All right. And you move toward the door as you approach the door. By the way, in the chat, type !troll. We're going to give away the first of our many giveaways that we have tonight. Oops, I just dropped you in a hole. Where'd you go? I didn't see that hole there. I must have accidentally deleted a tile. We'll get you later.
I did see that hole.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be there. That's a mistake. That's a DM mistake. You approach the door. !troll in the chat. That will get you in the giveaway we'll do right after the break. And before we get to the break, we'll kind of resolve this next bit. You open the doors, and you're now carefully looking around. You don't see anything further in the way of traps. You move down the corridor, and it begins to take a slight rise. You do see places where you could turn off to the right or to the left, but per the instruction that you received from the counselor and from Lord Dunstan, Count Dunstan, to keep moving straight. It is probably another, difficult to tell time here, but maybe another 20 minutes or so, and you see as it slopes up, there is light up ahead, and it would probably be afternoon now, and you see the light of the afternoon sun about 200 yards ahead.
Corvus, just a word of warning. I don't believe zombies are keen on making oaths, so we need not talk with them.
Understood.
Should we send our stealthiest of the bunch to check out what lies ahead?
Also
Corvus.
understood.
All right, so does Corvus go ahead?
Corvus is going into stealth.
All right, Corvus, again, much like the check for traps, I'm going to roll your stealth because you might think you're being stealthy, and maybe you're not being as stealthy as you think you are. So we're actually going to move to physical minis now. And so, Corvus, this is your miniature. Probably difficult to see there, but he's got, and this camera doesn't autofocus, but here, let me hold it. He's got a little, you'll see him a little more clearly here in a moment when I show you the battle cam. You sneak up, and as you get close to the edge, you can see just the light that comes through, but there's something else that grabs your attention. You hear sounds. You hear, and then you hear the sound of a little boy. Please, no, stop, no, please, don't eat me. Do you kind of peer out, or because you've not looked over yet? You can hear this. You're kind of on the second to last step. Do you peek out?
Yes, I peek out. You're giving me an Indiana Jones moment. It's why did it have to be?
All right. So if you look here, this is what you see, and I'm going to put you. You're not fully visible in the way that you are here, but you see there are undead. Ghastly-looking figures with rotting flesh, bones sticking out. Two of them have a child. One has his arms, the other has his legs, and they're pulling. Two others with slavering tongues, and one of them does have a mandible. Dr. Finnegan, you can't see that, but he does. Moving closer, stretching this child in twain. Please stop! Please stop! And with that, we're going to go to break. Blue Box, we'll be right back after the break. We'll leave our mics hot, and we should have the raid coming in from TLG here any minute now. And we'll do our giveaway after the break. Type !troll in the chat. Blue Box, we'll be right back.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Right.
I have to ask, how stealthy is Corvus? What's his bonus?
Plus, I want to say 5.
Okay.
Plus 6. Plus 6. Sorry.
Okay.
Mine's
I'm
plus
going-
7.
I am not going to dispute that you're the stealthiest despite having a +9. I don't really want that.
I've tried to tell you I'm not that kind of thief.
Yeah. I'm so loud.
Oh, hey, we just got our raid, so let's go ahead and say hi to them before we go to break. Hello, all the raiders and all the friends from Troll Lord Games. We're having a fantastic virtual Greyhawk Con. We're about halfway through this stream. We're getting into some really good parts of it. The role play has been fantastic so far. Really enjoyed that last scene. You guys did a great job with it. We're going to go to our one and only break here. We have 2 giveaways today from TLG. Plus, we have the Infinity STL pack from Jay. And then, depending on how we finish up, I may have a special surprise for everyone toward the end. A blue box giveaway as well. So we'll go to break. It's going to be a quick break, about 5 minutes. Please stay with us. Also, if you're watching right now and you just joined us from the raid, or maybe you've been watching for the first hour and a half or 2 hours or so that we've been playing, we have one question for you here today at Blue Box. If you're watching and you've not followed, or if you're a follower and you've not sub, or if you're a sub and your sub has expired, we have one question for you. What are you doing? Come on, give us a follow, give us a sub here, and we'll leave the mics hot as we always do. And when we come back, Chandler, who is playing Dr. Finnegan today, thank you for the follow very much. You are going to give us a what happened in the first half recap, about 2-3 minutes for everyone that joined so they can get caught up. And we'll be right back after the break. Mics will stay hot so they can chat with you during the break. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Having a great virtual Greyhawk Con. Man, what a great weekend it's been. Thank you again, Lord Gazumba.
Patrick. Not even a moment. I'm already in there. Thanks, Curtis. Or Echo Gnome, excuse me. Can't even give a man a moment to rest on the oath. Has to get right into it.
Yeah, immediately. I'm just saying, why do they have to capture the kids, huh? Why do they have to capture the kids?
I should have known it was coming.
Because kids are a good motivator to get people to do something, right?
Yeah, I think so. You need something helpless, you know?
So I'm curious, I mean, this team has been working together for a while, but Corvus and Finnegan, are you guys front line melee, get up in there and fight? Because I'm thinking Kovac's got haste prepared, which is a great spell for a frontliner getting into the mix. I'm wondering if I was thinking it was probably Zach, but Zach's been hit so hard.
He's been healed quite a bit too. I mean, he's still down a little bit. I am definitely not the frontline fighter. You've seen Dr. Finnegan have a preference towards what looks like a drow hand bow, and he'll switch the rapier only if he's, cornered or if it's particularly opportunistic.
Yeah, I specialize in range, so arcane archery.
Okay.
I think it's up to Zach and Kelvin
Yep.
to be the front guys.
So needless to say, I'm going to signal everyone to urgently get their butts up to the front here.
And I mean, you, Kovac, you've seen Dr. Finnegan. The man looks bad. He's thin as a rail. I think you'd probably doubt that he could stand up to a stiff breeze on a windy day.
No, but perhaps he could pawn himself off as one of the undead creatures with a little acting.
That could work. I have a plan. We might be able to use these torches for a further distraction. Because I'm wondering, is it nighttime? That'll be a good question.
We were seeing light as we came out, right?
That is true.
No, it's like late afternoon.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Thanks all the mad chatters for being in here. Thanks for all the new followers. Look like everybody's having a great time during virtual Greyhawk Con. We've got a few giveaways, and we're going to come back. In fact, let's go ahead and do this now while we're waiting for Robert to come back. And all right, welcome back to Blue Box, Siege and Desperation. And so we're going to do a quick recap of what happened in the first half of the show so we can catch up all the folks that just came in from the raid. Thank you very much, Trollord Games, and great job today to that crew. Chandler, go ahead and tell everyone what happened in the first couple hours and give us like a 2-minute synopsis.
Yes, absolutely. So we, the members of the Blood Crows, are in the town or the city of Nurol, which has now become victim to hordes of tens of thousands of undead creatures. But these aren't any normal undead. They aren't scratching at the walls with bony fingers. They're building siege machines with a malign intelligence. So the siege may go from a standstill to a steady loss if not called upon by Count Dunstan. We have negotiated with Count Dunstan and have headed below the town to find a way to the main encampment of the dead, to maybe find some cultists that may be leading them and cut the head off the snake, as it were. We found ourselves almost paralyzed by 2 consecutive spike traps, but we persevered and beat it to then be paralyzed, almost literally, by a ghostly woman. Corvus was able to avoid an altercation by pledging an oath to harm neither mother nor child, lest he face her wrath. And now, Corvus sees a child about to be torn apart by the undead that plague the city. How was that, John?
That was absolutely outstanding. Now, for all the Greyhawk fans in the crowd, a couple things we also want to add to that. So this is a splinter off from our Greyhawk Awakening Book 2. So as you know, the key to Spine Castle is part of the module written in Dragon Magazine 148 by Stephen Greer and Gary Holian. We've been using that in our Greyhawk Awakening Book 2 campaign, which just concluded in the city of Spine Castle in our last session, where they did rescue the spy, but they did not find the key to Spine Castle, which was reputed to have the power to control great armies of undead, which were intended to be raised by the priests and cultists of the Temple of Hextor. Count Dunstan pled with the party in Greyhawk Awakening Book 2 to please stay behind and help him find the key. They said, no, we can't. We're going to die. 2 of our members have this glyph from Drax the Invulnerable. If we don't go, they will perish. To which Count Dunstan said, but think of the thousands and tens of thousands that will perish if you don't stay. But they refused. And as a result, eventually the key was found by the cultists. They did raise an army of tens of thousands of undead. They have swept along the Rakar Mountains, wiping the keeps of the Highlanders before them like chaff before the storm. They have outside the city on a spike the head of Baron Shallister, who was ripped from his, even though he himself was a servant of Hextor, he tried to control many of the things that were happening inside the temple and with the priests. And these, the cultists who have come from Spine Castle, would brook no such interference. And so they have his head on a spike outside of the city of Nurl. Our intrepid party then did as exactly has been said by Chandler. Now, one member of the party has emerged from a long corridor, ancient tunnels beneath the city of Nurl, and has emerged from a hidden area which puts them right in the middle of the undead encampment. But as he looked over the step, he saw the scene, which I showed right before the break. I'll set the scene up before we begin the play again. And we've been using our VTT Tailspire the whole time, but now we're switching to the physical cam. And so here, this is and the wall is not this close. The city wall is actually further away, but my table is not as big as Jay's. So you're some distance away from the town. And he has seen these undead stretching a child between them. 2 arms, 2 legs stretched between the two. Other undead come with slavering tongues beside. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Joffrey. And here we have Corvus, who is peering and seeing all of this. Before we begin the gameplay again, we did promise a giveaway, so I'll give you 10 seconds, !troll in the chat for the first of 2 Trollord gift cards. We do have an STL to give away, and then if we stay strong through the end, I'll have an extra giveaway at the end of our stream tonight. So great job, great role play by all the players thus far. And we're going to go ahead and do the giveaway in 3, 2, and 1. The first one goes to Greg, the real long shot. Congratulations, my friend. Just go ahead and I don't know if I have your email address, or actually we can just Discord it to you. So we'll Discord you the code, Greg, in my Discord. And now I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to refresh it. And we're going to reset it, the same code. We'll do another one of those gift cards in a little bit. So go ahead and type it again, even if you typed it before. Retype !troll, and you will be entered in the second giveaway that we do. With all of that said, now we resume Siege and Desperation.
John?
Yes.
If we have a TPK, I'd like permission for us to haunt the Tuesday night party, because this is all their fault.
It is all their fault. And yes, I will allow that. Now, I mentioned to you at the beginning that there would be clues. There have been many clues that have already been given, and yet I have the despairing sense that they have not been picked up on. And so we're going to go back to you now, Corvus. Corvus, as you look over, you see this child being stretched between these 2 undead. Corvus, what do you do?
I don't think I need to signal the party to alert them what I'm about to do. I scream for the child to run my way and ready my bow to shoot an arrow into the nearest zombie holding the child.
Okay, then we're going to go to initiative. And it's going to be right now you and them, Corvus. DM has a 5 on the die.
DM wins this one. I have 4.
Okay, well, so first of all, even as you yell, go ahead and yell for the child to run.
Quickly, child, come this way to safety.
As you say this, again, his arms and legs are stretched between undead. He looks over at you, spares just a moment. Are you daft? Can't you see? I'm stretched between these 2 undead. How am I supposed to run?
Did John possess the kid? Speak directly to the player.
Exactly. Corvus is still a little traumatized.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, and you're already faced with a situation with a child, Corvus. Who would imagine? All right, so as they pull and stretch, these 2 turn and they rush towards you. This one can easily close. This one is going to get there but won't get an attack. Pallid hands, claws, stretch out, and they attack. What's your armor class, Corvus?
That is a 15.
15. All right. 1 claw scratches along your armor. The second hits. You feel it bite into flesh. You take 6 points of damage. I need you to make a fortitude save, DC 15.
I just rolled a 13.
Okay, and well, fortitude, it would be con bonus, so your con is what?
Checking out +3, so it's going to be
16. All right, you make it. You feel a stiffening in your joints as the claw grows through your flesh, leaving ribbons of your shoulder. As the second one runs up, it is your turn. Now, you have a bow. It's very difficult to fire this at point-blank range, so what are you going to do?
I'm going to have to switch to the longsword.
Okay. All right, so you drop your bow on the ground. I'll allow you to do that as you see the quarters were too close. It's coming too quickly. You pull out your longsword. You can attack.
It's a 12 on the roll.
Okay. As you swing, the creature just knocks the flat of your blade. You miss. We go to the rest of the party. You hear a shout. You hear the sounds of combat. What are the rest of you doing?
Kelvin's on his way.
All right, so you can see the minis. This is Kelvin here, appropriate paladin with the warhammer. He's going to come rushing out first, and then we're going to have right by him would be Zach. This is going to be Zach right here. Zach comes rushing out from the tunnel. You won't get attacks this round. And you see the same scene. You see several of these undead shambling bits of flesh dropping from their bodies, moans coming from their throats. But then you see these two just pulling on this child. Seems like they're fighting over him. And he's just being stretched between the two of them, letting out high-pitched, shrill screams. Help! Help! And then the last two, this is Kovac. And this is... Wait, have I got everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You don't have Doc.
Oh, there we go. Actually, I mixed it up.
Dr. Finnegan will peek out of the hole and remain in it, but you can get his miniature out.
Okay. All right. He will peek out. We're going to give you... one of my oldest and most dilapidated looking minis because you're always running. We'll put you back here. All right. And now it is your attack, Corvus.
Okay, sorry. Corvus is taking a swing again. What I missed before, that's going to be a +6. That's a 10, so that's 16.
Okay. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, that's going to be 1d6 +3. That is a 8.
All right, your blade slices. A bit of pallid flesh comes right off, lands in the soil. And now we're going to go to initiative again. DM has, and you lost last time, right? So we're going to rotate. We're going to go to Kelvin. Kelvin, DM has a 3.
1.
Okay. As these two continue to pull on the child, you hear his screams getting louder and louder. It looks as though one of his joints may soon pop. These two both attack Corvus. 2 claws. One of them strikes from the first one. The second one... the dreaded. All right, now we roll to confirm.
Oh, no.
It is not a confirmation. All right, so you are hit twice, no critical. You take from the scratches a total of 12 points of damage. But you were hit by both of them. I need you to make 2 of those fortitude saves again, DC 15.
That was a 3 and a 13 on the roll.
Okay, when the first one strikes you, you already had felt this coursing through your veins. Now, you seize. You can't move. Your entire body is frozen in place, and Now we go to the party. Let's start with you, Kelvin. You see this all happening as Corvus. So this is Kelvin. This is Corvus. As Kelvin emerges, you see Corvus stricken, surrounded by these two, but you also see this child here being pulled between two of the undead.
Yeah, he doesn't even, as much as he would like to, he can't pause to help his companion, let the others help him. He must get to the child.
All right, so you rush forward. You can close that range. Do you want to attack the one nearest? Is that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
That is going to be AC 21.
That hits. Roll your damage.
That is 8 points of damage.
All right. Your hammer slams into his shoulder. You feel bones underneath the necrotic flesh crunch, but it still stands. Now we go to you, Zach.
I do have 2 attacks.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, I'm sorry. Roll your second attack.
That is AC 16.
That just hits.
And that is 9 points of damage.
Crunch! You slam into this one, and it stumbles over, collapses to the ground, letting go of the child's arms. The other one still has it by the feet and starts dragging him away by the feet. Now we go to you, Zach.
Okay, I'm gonna move to attack the one closest to me by Corvus.
Okay, all right. Roll to hit.
So that's 16 on the die.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
So it is a D8.
And while he's doing this, get ready, Kovac. You're going to be next.
So that's 11 points of damage.
All right, you slice the back of the one, cutting deep. It's disconcerting to see the flesh split and no blood flows. Just a clean split of that pallid flesh, revealing gleaming white bone, but nothing flows, no fluids of life at all. Now we go to you, Kovac.
Kovac, seeing Kelvin dash forward valiantly and seeing that the child is still being dragged away, is going to move sort of in a flanking to be still behind Kelvin a bit, but his intention is to cast magic missile at the undead that's carrying the boy away, and I'll cast that at second level.
All right, so we have here Kovac casting at this undead. We're dragging the child away. All right.
All right.
Roll your damage.
Auto hits,
Uh-huh.
right?
Mhm.
And they do. There's 4 of them. So all 4 of them.
4 orange bolts streak from your hand, and the damage is
13 total.
13. They sizzle into its flesh. It still maintains a hold on the child and continues to drag it away, even as smoldering, smoke comes from these wounds. Now, before we go to you, Dr. Finnegan, roll d20, please.
Absolutely. Just a standard D20.
Yeah, just give me your raw roll on that d20.
A 19.
Okay, well, that's good for you. You're not surprised.
That's good.
There was one hidden behind this tree back here, and you get a chill sensation down your spine, and you turn just in time to see it closing on you.
Fantastic. I will interpose. I'm trying to remember the models here. I believe that's.
All right, so this is Zach. This is Corvus. This is Kelvin. This is Kovac.
Great. I'm going to interpose myself, or bring myself past Corvus, as I retreat tactically, and fire a bolt from my ebony black drow hand crossbow when I get to a point where I feel a little safer.
All right, so you're pulling back. You're locking that crossbow, and you're going to try to fire a bolt as you're walking backwards, correct?
Yes, and it's a hand crossbow, just to be clear.
Right, okay. All right. Go ahead, roll.
Alrighty. So, we've got this. It is a stunning 11.
An 11. It's difficult to move backwards, on uneven ground, unfamiliar ground, and fire at the same time. It goes over its shoulder and off into the air, and now we go to initiative. You lost last time, so it rotates to you. Kovac, DM has, a 5 on the die.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, all right. You have initiative. And since you rolled the initiative, Kovac, let's start with you this time.
All right.
This drags a little bit further.
Yep.
Help! Help me! Help me!
I'm gonna cast Ice Knife at the undead carrying the boy away.
Okay.
14 total.
14 total. Your ice bolt flies, and it goes straight toward the head. But the creature, you've already struck it once, and its eyes are on you, even as it's dragging the child away, and it simply ducks down, and the ice bolt sails harmlessly over its head. Now we go to you, Sir Kelvin.
Sir Kelvin is going to rush up and swing his hammer. The one nice thing about the child being dragged is the fact that I don't have to worry about the child getting in the way.
True.
Batter up.
All right, you step forward, and he's on the ground, so he's not in the way, as you said. Go ahead and take your swing.
That is a 16 on the die.
That's a hit.
Yeah. So, all right. First shot. That is another 9 points of damage.
Tell me what it looks like.
Basically, with the not having to worry about the child, he swings his hammer like straight through, and since the creature's head ducked nicely into the way, there's a sickening crunch as it just goes right through his skull and, completes all the way through on the full swing.
Nicely done. And you crush the head like an overripe melon. And you see the child standing there. He scrabbles to his feet. He looks up at you with eyes filled with gratitude. He's scruffy, looks malnourished, has perhaps been here for some time. You see scratches and scrapes on his skin. He rushes forward and throws his arms around you. Thank you so much. Thank you, brave sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, child. He looks around really quickly to make sure that there's no more undead. We know about the one behind us, but no more coming to us right now.
Yeah, you seem to have emerged in an area. Whoops, sorry, hit the wrong button there. You seem to have emerged in an area. Whoops, the wrong button again and again. We'll get it right. There we go. You seem to have emerged in an area that is somewhat secluded by rocks. On either side. You can see the encampment in the distance, but you are in a fairly secluded area here.
Stay here one moment while I assist my friends.
Of course, but don't leave me, please.
I will not leave you.
All right, now we're going to go to you, Zach.
So I'm gonna kind of move myself and place myself behind, but in between the two zombies that are over by Corvus.
Okay. You step behind them, flanking.
Yeah. And I'm going to do a special weapons attack. So it's pretty much allows me to attack one creature and then the other within range of my weapon.
Okay. Roll to hit. And while he's going, we're going to
That's
come.
a 19 on the die.
That hits. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
Second attack is a natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Roll again.
Okay. And that's a 19.
All right. That is a critical. Go ahead and roll percentile dice. As we pull out the ever mysterious Tim crit tables. They can work for you, or they can work against you.
That is 92.
A 92 on the die. All right. Well, clearly, these guys are not. This guy's not going to survive this attack. Why don't you roll your damage on the first attack, and then we'll handle the second one.
So that's 11 points of damage again.
Okay. So this one drops underneath because he was already damaged. And now the second one you have with the critical. Thank you very much, Praetors. You hit with the critical, and your weapon slices cleanly through your opponent's shoulder, the junction between the body and neck, and continues deeply into the chest cavity. So tell me what it looks like.
So, because it doesn't have blood gushing out, it just kind of splits apart and opens up as I go further and further through it.
And exactly as you say, you catch it here, you feel your blade, it cleaves through, comes out the other side. It's not just at the shoulder, it catches the chest, just kind of cuts it right, splits it in twain, and it slumps over right at Corvus' feet. Corvus, go ahead and make that fortitude check again, please. And while you're doing that, we're going to go to you, Finnegan. This creature is pursuing the good doctor quite aggressively.
Then I will give it quite the challenge. I will continue to retreat, putting more party members in between it and me, and fire another shot from my hand crossbow.
All right, roll to hit.
Okay. Let's see here.
Type exclamation point troll
There
in the
we
chat.
go. 25.
That's a hit. Roll your damage.
Okay. Oh, and an 11 damage.
Ooh, very nice. You put a bolt right through the undead neck. You can see the fig berries all the way to the feathers. Its head lolls, but it continues to come towards you. And you're backing up. It's not that fast, but since you're backing up and firing, it closes the distance. It's not going to be able to attack this round, but as you continue to back off, it would be able to attack next round. And so we're going to go to initiative, and you won last time, Dave, so you're up again. And DM has a 3 on the die. You have a 4. You have the initiative. Let's start with you, Finnegan, since you are in the mortal danger currently.
The mortal danger. Yes, I'll stay put. Draw my rapier.
Wait, why is Zach timing us out?
Oh,
You're muted.
am I muted?
No.
I am.
Okay.
Did Corvus do his...
Oh, yeah. Did you make your roll on your save, Corvus? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Send it to you directly, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, let me check it here.
I just didn't know if he did it or not, and that's why I was doing the
No, I
time
knew
out.
better. That's why I didn't say anything after.
Okay. You see Corvus remains utterly still. All right, now back to you, Dr. Finnegan. Go ahead.
Yes, so I will, instead of retreating, I'll put my feet into a fencer stance, draw my rapier, and fire one more bolt from my hand crossbow as I prepare to become engaged.
All right, roll to hit.
A 15.
That just misses. Grazes over the top of the shoulder. Let's go to you now. Zach, what are you doing?
Let's see. So how close that went? Close enough for me to get to it? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll go over to it and swing at it.
All right, you run past the fallen bodies of the two that you just slew, and you run past the still form of Corvus, who just stares off in the distance, and find yourself face to face with the one that is tracking down. Go ahead, roll to hit.
That's 11 plus 9, so
That's a hit.
that's 30, 20, okay. For 11 points of damage again.
Okay. You come, and just as you see Finnegan hastily putting another bolt in his hand crossbow, you step in front, and with one slice, you see Zach fells the creature, and it falls over, and all goes still except the sound of the wind through the trees on the chill fall afternoon.
Oh, goodness. You could have touched me. I could have died.
Looking about, do we see more undead in the distance?
Oh yeah, you see undead milling all around the distance. You see some just laying out, some meandering around. You look behind you, you see some scrabbling at the walls of
Structures?
and yes, you see there are some tents, but you see two structures, a smaller and larger wooden structure. They're about 200 yards apart in the center of the encampment.
Corvus is still paralyzed, right?
Yes, but after a few seconds while you're looking around, he comes unparalyzed and can now move again.
Well done. Glad I could direct you to this.
You saved the child.
Kelvin goes to the boy, moves over to, and basically gets down on one knee before him and says, "What is your name, boy?"
I am Amos. I'm so grateful you saved me. My mother and my father, they're gone. They were saving me for food. I tried to get away.
Where'd they go?
My mother and father were eaten.
Oh, that makes sense.
He turns to Finn again and says, "Finn, I think I'm going to handle this conversation."
Understood. Thank you, Kelvin.
How long have you been out here?
I don't know. It's been days. I don't know how many days. Why did that
Kelvin
one? Why did that one? He points at Corvus. Tell me to run. I couldn't run. Why did he tell me to run when I knew I couldn't run?
He puts a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. It's okay. We've got you. He rummages through his bags and pulls out some of his rations and gives it to the boy.
He consumes them ravenously, taking huge bites, barely pausing to chew, swallowing with difficulty. He's quite emaciated.
And hands him his water skin as well to take some water.
Okay, he takes the water skin, squeezes it, gulps it, wastes as much as he gets in his gullet.
Thank you, so kind.
I have to ask you. You've been here for a couple of days. This may be difficult, but with all the undead that you've seen, all these zombies and such, did you see any that were unusual more than the others?
What do you mean unusual? They're all walking dead. They're all unusual.
Did you happen to see any that seemed to be leading them?
There's a big one. He's taller than the rest, and he has horns. He walks among them, and he sometimes has these. I guess they're like priests. They wear these dark robes and have like a fist with arrows clutched between them on their chest.
Does that check out to the knowledge I gathered earlier on the cultist?
Yeah, I mean, that is a perfect description of the symbol of Hextor.
Understood.
Did you see a jewel or a gem of any kind? Large, perhaps with a blue glow?
When you say jewel or gem, he shakes his head no. But then when you say blue glow...
Yeah, sometimes at night, in the big building.
And he points to the larger of the two structures.
You can see a blue glow at night sometimes. I've seen the big one go in there.
Brave lad. That's a good lad. You very, very, very brave.
How is he still alive?
Are you asking the child, or who are you asking?
They were
I'm
saving
kind of just
him for
asking the group.
dessert.
I mean, think about that. Please? Tell me.
Prefer not to.
Okay. But, I mean, why is he still alive? Do zombies have desserts?
The ability to hide in small places, I would imagine.
They were just fighting over me. The first one had me, and the second one came and grabbed my legs.
I'm gonna make an insight check.
All right, go ahead and roll.
An 11. Kid's telling the truth. This guy checks out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that's settled.
Well,
Dessert he was to be.
It must have been really painful being pulled this way and that way for several days.
It's quite impressive, actually.
I just want to go home. Is my grandmother still alive?
What's your grandmother's name, child?
I call her Mammy.
I remember somebody called that in the city, so you might stand a good chance.
Are the gates open? Can I go? I've told you what you want. If it's the blue light, I've seen it. Can I go now, please?
Kovac kind of pulls Kelvin aside for a minute. It would be folly to let this child leave on his own accord. Don't you think perhaps we hide the child for the time being?
Yes, he looks at Kovac and then to the child. Amos, please come here, son.
What is it?
Okay, we have a way back into the keep, but it is a bit dangerous to go alone. But there is a space inside where you can hide for a while that they will not go after you if they have. We're assuming since they haven't gone through that where we came out of anyway.
I can leave the kid back.
It's very noble of you.
If we leave you with some more food and water to rest a bit, will you wait for us before making your way back?
If you think that's best, would it be safe to hide in there?
and he points at the sort of the entryway that Corvus first came up.
Yes, that's exactly. But do not go too deep. There are some dangers inside that we have found, and I would not wish further harm to come to you.
Okay. All right. Could you leave me with some more of that food and water?
Yes, absolutely.
He takes it, and you see a big tear well up in his eye.
Thank you.
And he kind of backs away. He picks his way through the bodies of the undead and hides inside, leaving you alone.
Something doesn't check out. The kid's story, it seems believable at first blush, but something doesn't seem right. And did anybody catch that name that the blue lady downstairs said? The Lord? If the crystal can command the undead, is it the Lord that the cultists seek to raise? Perhaps to increase their undead army?
is a good question, Finnegan. Perhaps it is the Lord who already commands this force.
I suppose.
Kelvin thinks about that and says, they have thousands upon thousands of undead already. Maybe they'll raise more for further purposes, but they haven't more than enough now to finish the job as it is. Otherwise, I mean, this may lead clues to who finally awaits us, but I do not see how this changes our mission.
I suppose not. If the kid was truly just left here as a dessert. I would like to make a history check of that lord. I think it was Lord Verdal or Verbal.
Verab. Yeah, Lord Verab.
Besides, there is the question of if the child was here to lure, who were they expecting to show up?
Certainly not General Alloy.
Well, I mean, Kovac, you were feeling rather anxious in that tower.
Indeed, I felt as though there were eyes upon us nearly the whole time we were engaged with the Count.
Only eyes or perhaps ears?
Ears and eyes.
Did you feel ears on you?
There is a definite difference. I would say both.
Both? Huh. I wish I knew what all of this meant.
You do ask quite a few good questions, though, Doctor.
That's because I know very little, but we seek knowledge out. Or something. That's what Yanis always said.
Does any of this change our goal of acquiring or stopping these creatures from acquiring further power from the gem itself?
I'll leave that up to you.
Far be it from me to make a decision that would put all of our lives in jeopardy, but you can see how far away that structure is. The one that the boy says bears the glow at night. Between us and there, throngs of undead to kill. Are we up for it, boys?
Well, I'm not sure. I doubt our chances, to be frank. I mean, thousands of undead. Shouldn't the diversion be here by now?
Good question. Where are they at?
Well, weren't they waiting for something, some sign from us?
Do we need to light the torches? To let them know in the town?
Yes, because what exactly we want to do is alert everything in the world that we're here.
Most of the zombies have cataracts. They can't see.
Did you catch the part with the priests and the large thing leading them?
You're asking me to remember multiple things at a time, Kelvin. You know that I'm stretched to my limit.
Okay, so how close to the city wall are we then?
You're several hundred yards away. Let's call it maybe close to a quarter mile.
Oh, okay. I couldn't make that shot.
It appears...
Beware the smiling.
It appears as though night will be upon us shortly. If we wait just a bit, it may provide us cover of darkness for movement, but also illuminate the target that we seek. Perhaps then it would also be easier to give that sign, Zach, to those inside the castle.
And so I won't even make you make a roll to this. You all have fought undead before. You would know this. Most of them have extraordinary vision at night. Sometimes they can see heat sources. You're not sure. You might actually be better under cover of day than night when trying to sneak or face undead.
Well, then let me rephrase.
No, I mean, your character would know that, yeah.
Perhaps we should hasten.
That's not a DM hint. That's just a, yeah, okay.
Well, for those of us that are perhaps more loud than others, I can, of course, do that trick that we had to use in that one bar. Do you remember? I was able to make Kelvin, invisible.
It's very disconcerting.
I could do it again.
It worked well.
Well,
Where'd who go?
In light of the fact that we're facing, several thousand undead hordes again, he looks at Finn.
Wonderful. I'll crack my fingers in a form like that, and then I will bring the hands down on his shoulders, and he disappears.
And just like that, he vanishes. And you did that to which one? To Kelvin?
Yes, Kelvin being the loudest.
What's that? Kelvin being the loudest?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I used
Yeah,
to.
I'm just going to draw attention to the rest of the party.
Okay, so I'll put you up on the die to show you're invisible.
As for the rest of us, I could do that, but I'd rather use our natural proclivity towards stealth. And I just learned what proclivity meant yesterday.
Okay, so
What do you do, party?
Time to start making the way to the large structure.
Okay,
stealthy.
all right. You begin to...
If we can, if we can find ways to avoid notice, moving between things, yes.
If you can sneak your way...
I want to move stealthily.
Actually, Kelvin, I think invisibility doesn't, unless it does in 5e, I don't think it masks sound.
It does not.
No, it does not.
Kelvin is going to be probably considerably ahead of the party.
Okay. All right. You begin picking your way through the hordes. You move from cover to cover, rock to rock. You see they shamble about, and most of them occupied. Several you see are actually with hands that still lack coordination even when being controlled, creating these various war machines. From a distance, they looked much more elegant than they actually are. Many of them you could see clearly will not even work should they try to fire one of these catapults. But still others do look like they might do some damage. And it is just the strangest thing you have ever seen to see these undead actually moving with intelligence and purpose. And yet they do. As you move, it seems like many of them are being pulled to the right flank as you hear even in the distance the raising of the portcullis, and a sally comes forth of several of the men of General Alloy come rushing out from behind. It looks like, you kind of cast a glance over, it looks like there may be 30 or 40 of them. They ride forth on chargers, and by the thousands, hungry undead descend upon them. You hear the clash of battle in the distance. You see a banner being ripped down from a horse. You can even from this spot see men being pulled off their horses as the horde consume them. The horses themselves let out the kind of like scream that only a horse can let out, chilling to the bone as it echoes across the fields. And all the attention of the undead horde seems to be moving that way. And in a few heroic moments, perhaps no more than 30, 40 seconds, there is no sign of the heroes. As the portcullis slams back closed, the hordes just descend in a mound of feeding on these men and their horses.
Kelvin silently to himself says, "May Paler's light shine upon you, heroes."
Whatever time for making haste, it would be right now.
Yes, and with that, he once the sound of the battle, however brief it is, picks up, and the horde, Kelvin moves even quicker towards his, his intended target.
Okay. Using the cover of the distraction, moving rock to rock, tree to tree. Kelvin still makes a lot of noise, but it helps that he is invisible. You move inexorably closer to the two structures. Let me have each of you roll a d20, please. It's getting to be close to dusk now.
8 for Kelvin on the die.
Kovac?
12 for Corvus on the die.
Corvus 12. Kovac?
16.
Okay. Zach?
18.
Okay. And Dr. Finnegan? You're muted.
Yes, thank you. 19.
19 on the die?
Yes, not on the die. This is stealth, right?
No, it's not stealth.
Oh, just.
I just need your raw roll, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. An 8.
An 8. Okay. All right. You're now probably 40 yards away. You're hiding behind a rocky outcropping. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm amber light. The shadows are long in that light. And you see the horde. There's still many around, but the bulk of it's still milling. Some of them now have moved forward and are clawing at the walls of the keep of Neural, while others are still walking around with pieces of the bodies of the defenders of Neural. Some have femurs, some have arms, others have bits of horse shank that they're walking around just ripping flesh off of. What do? You see before you these two structures. One, it's a wooden, looks like a two-story structure, broad, no visible windows, just a solid structure. And then the other one to the left, it's looks like a slightly smaller structure, still tall, narrow, and long. Looks about a quarter of the size of the larger structure. Wooden door on the side, two small windows.
The larger structure was the one that we believe that was in?
Correct. Amos told you that he had seen the blue light glowing at night from that structure.
If there's no windows, find the door.
Okay, you can see the front door from here.
Okay.
It's a double door.
He's going to make his way to the front door and looking to see if anybody is paying, if any of them are paying attention to the front door before he tries to open it.
You get closer to the door, and there is one that's shambling by, and you do make some noise, and it turns around, one eyeball hanging out of a socket, but a lovely preserved mandible, and it looks over in your direction, but it sees nothing. It turns around and wanders away.
Once it wanders away, he's going to attempt to open the door.
Okay, you walk up to the door. What's the rest of the party doing?
Moving up.
Same, slowly approaching. What material are these towers made of again?
They're wood.
Wood.
All wood.
They're poorly constructed, but they're wood.
I'm going to use a spell called Disguise Self to make myself appear as a robed man with the fist with the bundle of arrows that you described, one of the cultists.
Okay. All right. Kelvin, you pull open the door. It creaks as you open it, and you see darkness inside. No torches lit.
He's going to close the door behind him and hope for the party to have noticed the door opening and closing.
So you step back in and close the door behind you?
Yep.
All right. You step inside. What's the rest of the party doing? You see the doors open, the doors close.
Moving up to that entryway.
Yes. Yeah, stealthily creep up to the side of the door, not going through it.
There was no blue glow when that door was opened, was there? That we could see.
Nothing you saw, huh?
Yeah. I'm gonna lean forward and whisper to Kovac. I don't think it's in there. There's no blue glow.
What do you think? It's in the other building?
You might be right.
Let's go back to Kelvin for a moment. Kelvin,
Yeah.
you are in darkness. As you listen The wind outside is much more quiet. But you hear a creak, gentle creak from somewhere, and just the sound of wind. Nothing else.
I don't even know if because it may very well be pointless. I'm going to cast Detect Evil and search basically deeper into the structure.
You concentrate for a moment. You reach out to your god. And as you concentrate, you have never felt the presence of such overwhelming evil. It's like looking directly at the sun with your eyes wide open. It sears your inner conscience, and you feel it surrounding you all around with a point centered somewhere ahead of you in the darkness. And you hear a gentle Now we go to the rest of the party.
It's very true that the gem may not be in the structure, but I have a hunch that our friend Kelvin is.
I suppose. How far is the second structure from this one?
It's about 50 yards immediately to the left from where you're facing it.
John, as we look up at the structure, what does it look like? Is there any sort of openings at all going up? Is it how tall is it? Is there a platform?
It looks like it's a two-story structure, probably 30 foot tall at the peak, a door in the front, and that's it. No other openings visible.
Okay.
Would you like? I was just gonna say, would you like me to go check the other structure, or must we race in after Kelvin?
Good question. Is what Kelvin heard, was that audible to everyone standing outside the door or just to Kelvin?
Just to Kelvin.
Okay.
Did they hear Kelvin's?
Actually, yeah. Okay, so maybe everyone roll d20. This would be a perception check. He didn't really scream. It was more of a like an inhale deeply.
A 21.
21.
16.
Ah.
You the two with the 21s. You heard something. It wasn't a scream. Just like a loud inhale. It's difficult to tell what it was, but you heard something.
That didn't make that noise before.
He's still breathing. That's good.
Yes. He's a grown man. He can take care of himself.
So, yes, you want me to check out the second building?
I think it would be prudent.
Okay. I will peel myself away from the team as I try and stealthily make it over to the other building. Is there any undead around that I see?
Yeah, they're milling around. They're not as dense as they were because of the distraction that was created. They're still largely clumped and concentrated over there. But as you meander around, you go ahead and you roll a d20. I'm going to roll a d20. I'm going to do a kind of a comparative thing here on this stealth check. Give me your roll.
Okay, absolutely. This is good. A 28. I was one away from a natural 20.
You dart between rocks. The undead, for all their numbers, they are not particularly perceptive. Those faculties do seem to diminish when death comes. And so you move closer and closer. You're now just a bit away from the structure. The light of the sun, the fading sun, is shining right on the structure, sort of casting a nimbus of orange afternoon light on it, reflecting against the windows. And you see a door there, a double door. Closed.
Okay. I'll look back over towards the group. What do they seem to be doing?
What do they seem to be doing?
Kovak is going to go to the door that he saw open and close, and start to open it himself, and just a little crack.
All right.
Kelvin.
You open it up. Yeah, you see Kelvin. You can see the little bit of light coming in from the afternoon sun glints off of his armor. And now you hear the voice.
You are exactly the one I wanted. Just a little bit further, Paladin of Peril.
You hear this as well, Kovac, but it's not being addressed to you. What's the rest of the party doing? Zach? Corvus?
I'm guarding Kovac as I see him reaching for the door.
Okay. Zach?
Since I didn't hear that. So when he peeked open the door, he could actually see Calvin?
Yeah, he could see just the sort of the back of Kelvin from the dim sunlight. You know, there's afternoon sunlight shoots through the door, and he can kind of see.
Invisible?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right. He's still invisible. No, he didn't see him, but you heard the voice. Thank you, Toriana. I forgot he's invisible, but you heard the voice.
So, I will. You're just holding the door kind of peeked open. I guess I'm gonna move around to the other side of him where he's holding the door open. So I'm gonna be on the other side of him. So if he opens up the door, we need to go in. We can get in quick.
All right, you both stand on either side of Corvus.
Kind of watching also for anything coming towards us.
Your head swiveling around, knowing at any moment you're going to be found out. Corvus, you hear this voice. Kelvin, you begin to breathe normally, but let's come back to you, Dr. Finnegan. You see the party doing this. They're all sort of gathered around this other door. What do you do?
You're muted.
Thank you. I appreciate the reminder. Perhaps foolishly, but Dr. Finnegan is nothing if not a fool. We'll try and peek through this second door because he's got this gut feeling that something isn't right. Some of the stories aren't adding up, and he wants to cover the ground at least before he goes and rejoins his party.
Okay. So then you're going to creep up to that second door. And as you do so, are you going to open the door or just kind of, are you going to try to peek through the seams of the door? What are you doing?
I will try and peek through the seams before I would open it, yes.
Okay. You walk up to the door and roll D20, please.
Absolutely. Standard D20?
Well, you add your perception. It's going to be a perception check.
Oof. 5.
A 5. The seam is small. It's very difficult to see anything through it.
Then I will have to carefully check the door to see if it's unlocked, and then try and, depending on how big it is, just try and lift it a little bit so the hinges don't creak as much as I open it. Just enough to peek through.
Okay. Thank you, Green Lantern, for the sub. You ever so quietly, and let me have you make a roll a d20, add your dexterity. You're trying to open this door without making much sound at all.
A 9.
A 9? That's with your plus on dex?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we were this close to greatness. Barely rolled over.
There is a slight creak as you open the door. You just barely crack it. The first thing that catches your eye is a blue glow. Let me come back to the rest of the party now. What are you doing, Kelvin? You heard the voice.
If Kovac is still standing there, Kovac, I need light.
I'm just gonna reach in because I heard the voice too. I'm gonna reach in and grab. When I hear your voice, I'm going to grab for wherever that voice is. I'm going to try to grab you and pull you out of the structure.
All right, Corvus, you see Kovac kind of moves past you. You're going to, let's see here. What roll should we do? Let's do a wisdom check on this. So roll a d20, add your wisdom. You're trying to intuit where he's at based on sound, distance. What'd you get?
A 7.
A total of 7. You reach out. You grab air. Corvus.
Out of there, Kelvin.
Zach, what are you doing?
Calvin, good.
So, when when Finnegan seen that light, did he do anything other than just see the light, or is he just?
You're not even watching Finnegan. You wouldn't know.
I'm kind of on a swivel, so if that's straight across from us, I'm watching what's going on. So at some point, I'd be able to catch him.
Okay, that's fair. Let me roll a perception check for you. No, you can see that he's looking. You cast that glance. You see he's looking through the door, but then you feel, the jostling next to you of Kovac, and you kind of watch him kind of reaching in. You don't see whatever is happening exactly at this moment. I'm not saying you can't in a moment, but not yet.
So I'm just gonna keep watching, make sure, because we're gonna need to move quick.
All right. You hear the voice again, Kelvin. This time, the voice has command.
Step forward, servant of Baelor. Just a little bit further.
I need you to make a will save. And that's going to be based on wisdom, and this is going to be a DC 16. If you have any... What are your sort of abilities, immunities and or pluses against certain kinds of saves?
I don't know that I have any actual versus any specific saves.
Okay, all right.
I've got high wisdom. It's
all right. Make your roll.
Did Kovac hear that as well?
It would be nice if you had some plus ones, but he doesn't. Yes, you all hear it.
Well, that's a good time to pull out a 19, so it's a 24 total.
All right, you feel like the tendrils of command trying to penetrate your mind. You say a silent prayer under your breath. Go ahead and say a silent prayer.
Halo's light shine upon me.
And you manage to resist. We come back to you, Dr. Finnegan. Even though you made a little bit of noise, you do not seem to have been discovered.
So... You say I see a blue glow.
Uh-huh.
My eyebrows raise. What else is illuminated by the blue glow in this smaller building?
You're going to have to open the door wider to see. You don't have the angle to see. You're on the far side of the building. The rest of the structure, in fact, I'll zoom out here so you can kind of see it. It's a long structure, so you're here at one end of it.
Totally understand. I would have to commit. I'm going to turn back towards the group before going any further, and I see Zach kind of swiveling back and forth, right?
Right.
I'm going to wave my hands in the air and point in the door. And of course, I'm disguised, so I've got these robes that are just kind of flailing. How he takes that is all on him.
That brings up a good point. Do we even know it's you?
Do I notice that's the question?
Yeah, because I'm not yelling. I'm definitely not yelling. That would make sense.
Yes, as you hear this voice, but then you still have this prickling sensation on the back of your neck. You turn and look around, and you do see Finnegan going like this.
So I tap Kovac on the shoulder and say, I think Finnegan found something. He's over there flailing his arms around, pointing at the building. With Kovac standing over there too, so he can hear it.
And then you can see me if you turn your head back. After I'm done like that, I point at that building and just go, like, I'm not sure if you can see this over the video, just kind of head chopping motion, and then thumb towards mine.
And guys, we have 37 minutes, so we have to keep it moving.
Okay. Can I try again to grab Kelvin and pull? I want to pull him out of there.
Yeah, so, you don't even have to roll for this. You've heard his voice now twice, so you're able to triangulate. You reach out. You feel the tabard that's hanging down from the neck of his armor.
Come with me!
Kelvin, you feel a yank, but you feel that force of evil ahead of you. What do you do, Kelvin? Do you allow him to pull you out?
Oh, it's here. It's here.
The gem. We need to get the gem. Trust me, my friend.
there's a momentary inhale. There's a big inhale as he.
I will accept you as a sacrifice and spare the others. Step forward, child of Pelor.
Don't step forward.
And
Trust me, did this routine
Burns,
differently.
he listens to the wisdom of his friend, who he knows to be wise and intelligent, and puts aside his personal desires to go through the door.
As they pull you back out of the room, you hear a
No, here.
and oops. And as they pull you back, you bump the door. It opens wider to let afternoon sun in. You can't see what lies in the darkness, but what you do see is your foot was this far away from the edge of a circle. And as you look at the edge of that circle, you see a point at one end. You know there was a pentagram inscribed on the ground. You were one step away from walking into it before you were pulled back by Kovac. You step out, the door slams closed. As this happens, you see undead heads come up, and they all hear this sound, and they look over at you.
I am quickly making way over to.
They're all starting to come towards you now. Finnegan, you see this. All of a sudden, the heads of 1,000 undead turn. They all start walking towards you. You're muted. I'm sure it was profound, but you're still muted.
Thank you. I'm just saying, while I see all the heads turn towards them and then them head towards me, I just
Okay. So we're gonna do an initiative roll here. Who had initiative last time? I think you guys won. It was Kovac, wasn't it?
Kovac,
Yeah, all right. So Kovac, roll for initiative again. This is kind of an important one. Ooh, DM has a 2. I've left the door open.
6, baby.
Okay. You're all running as quickly as you can, kicking up dust clods. One of the undead almost reaches you. Zach knocks his clawed arm away as you speed past. Finnegan's still jumping and clearly quite nervous as all of you come skidding up to these doors. You see it's slightly cracked open. You're all now together just outside the doors.
Finnegan's going to. Yeah, Finnegan's gonna rush into the door and just get in! We need to bar the door.
Right?
Following.
All right, so you guys throw open the door and you rush inside. And as you do, you all run inside, and I'll tell you what you see. Now we'll pause the music for a second. As you come in, there is warmth inside the room. There are torches that line these wooden walls. But there are 2 things which immediately arrest your attention, and then a third beyond. The first thing that you note is there is an altar set atop a platform. This altar has before it what looks like a sculpture of a horned being with glowing eyes. A blue gem sits atop, floating, slowly turning in space, emanating a sapphire luminance. Standing right next to it is a knight, but no knight like you have ever seen. It stands a full 9 feet tall in incredibly ornate looking armor. In fact, I'll show you a picture here. This is what the knight looks like as he stands next to the altar. And then it is the third thing you see which really grabs your eye. There is a priest that stands behind, and I'll show you the full scene here. He stands beyond the altar. He floats about 15 feet off the ground, his hands held out as though ready to cast some sort of malevolent spell. And I'll show you what he looks like as he floats above the ground. He clearly is a priest of Hextor, and as he holds his hand out, you see emblazoned upon the robe that he wears that symbol that was referred to earlier. And it is a hand holding those clutch of arrows on his breast. As you all stumble into the room, you slam the door behind you. The voice, you see the the giant knight slowly kind of moves down, ka-ching, 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 and stands in front of you, towering over the group. And the voice of the priest comes from behind. Ah, it seems the child failed. Oh, nonetheless, you shall be dispatched forthwith. And it is initiative. And you won again, so you're up again. We're going to do a debrief on this, live or die. There's so much I've got to tell you guys about what all is going on this thing. And the DM has on the die a 3.
4.
You have a 4 on the die. You have initiative. All right. So, as you step in, tell me what you do.
I imagine Kovac maybe still has Kelvin in his grips as they were running, perhaps, but reaches out to his friend, and I'm going to cast Haste.
Okay. You cast Haste. As you do, you feel, you cast that on Kelvin, correct? Kelvin, you feel an infusion of speed, but that voice still haunts your head. The voice you heard just moments ago. He called to you as a child of Pelor. It feels like your very soul has been stained, even as this night towers over you. What do you do, Kelvin?
Kelvin is going to cast Bless on the following people. On Corvus, Zach, and Kovac.
All right. So each of them gets a +1. All right. And you also can have movement. Do you make any movement?
Oh yeah, he's going to make his way right up to the knight.
Okay. You move up to the knight. As you step forward, it's impossible not to feel some sense of awe at the size of this man, or whatever it is. But you see, as you approach it, its eyes glow red, clearly not a man. Now we go to you, Zach. What are you doing?
Guess I'm gonna attack.
All right. With sword, with bow, and who are you attacking? And be ready when I get to you, because we have to move. We got 29 minutes left. So you're up next, Corvus.
Close enough to me that I can swing at him?
Yeah, just a few feet away.
Yeah, then
All right, you step forward. You may attack. Roll to hit.
that's a 12.
+9, 21.
Yep.
Ching! It bounces off of his armor. Sparks fly. No damage. Your second attack?
Okay, it's got to be at the night. And that's a 18 on the die.
That's a hit. Roll to your damage.
So 7, 8, 15.
All right. Your blade slices through. As it cuts through the armor, you don't feel flesh. You just see what looks like gas, a reddish gas just starts to seep out from the cut in the armor. The eyes flash orange, and now we go to you, Dr. Finnegan. You're muted again. You should stay unmuted.
You know what, John? I like that. That's a good idea. I'm going to take that advice. I am going to pat Corvus on the back and say, I need you alive for this, and do healing hands on him.
Okay.
Cure wounds would be the proper word.
All right.
Ooh, that's a 12. That's not bad.
You feel the healing power, the ministrations of the good doctor once again prevailing.
I'm going to turn around then and see if there is a bar that can be placed on the door to keep it shut.
There, in fact, is.
Oh, we're slamming that shut.
Very smart. Bravo, sir. That is excellent gaming. You slam the door shut and slide the bar across, thunk, sealing the remainder of the undead outside. Now we go to you, Kovac.
Kovac is going to look up at the mage, or this figure hovering, and fire off a second level magic missile.
All right, roll to hit. Oh, no, I'm going to roll damage. And you're doing it on the knight, correct?
No, on the figure floating above. Is there...
Oh, you're going toward the... Okay, yes. Oh, and I have a +2. Thank you very much. I didn't see that. Appreciate that, Joffrey. So I have +3 now because I haven't used my other +1. Perfect time to use it. All right, roll your damage.
15.
Okay, so as you target and then attack, You fire your missiles. Watch the screen. These are so cool. You strike him with the missile, and he takes the damage. Ah! You hear the priest lets out a grunt, and now we go to you, Corvus.
Are the knight and priest within 10 feet of each other?
No. In fact, here, I'll show you. Let me pull it up here on the overhead view so you can see. So they are exactly... Dun, 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 dun. Whoops, wrong tool. This guy. They are going to be... they're about, including the height, about 40 feet apart.
Oh, wow.
It's a long building.
Fire a bursting arrow at the priest.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That was a nat 20.
Oh, okay. I do have spell crits. Roll again.
That was a 1.
Okay, not a crit. Roll your damage.
That's going to be 6 on the initial.
Okay.
Because it's bursting.
All right. And he'll continue to take how much?
6 initial bursting will change that to... Sorry. 2d6.
All right, go ahead and roll that.
Worst
And we're going to go to them next. Everyone else is gone, correct? Yeah.
So that's going to be another 5.
Another 5. All right. So you guys have done a total of 26 damage so far in the first round. Nicely done. The hulking knight turns and immediately engages with the paladin. He lifts a massive two-handed sword.
Good question. Can
What?
you see him?
What's that?
Can he see
him?
me?
What's the duration of the invisibility?
1 hour concentration. So it's your call to tell if concentration's been.
I would say concentration has not been broken. And hang on here. Let me check something on the stats. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I should have had this up. I knew all the other stats. I didn't really know this one.
Experimentation, Kelvin. That's what we're doing. Can empty suits of armor see nothing? If they have no eyes, they might be able to see nothing at all.
I mean, they might have true sight, but we'll see.
That's true.
Yes. He senses you. He does not see you, but he senses you. And his blows rain down. That is a hit.
What AC did he hit?
Well, on the first one, he would hit an AC 27. On the second one, he would hit an AC 22. Both hit?
Yeah.
All right. You take from the first blow, it cleaves through your armor. You take 11 points of damage. On the second blow, ooh, ouch, max damage. You take 18 points from the second blow, so 2 massive cuts, just slices right through your plate. This blade is deadly. Blood spurts from Kelvin. And now the priest, he is trying to cast, but he has been stricken for 26 points of damage. He is able to still pray. He looks at you, and Zach, you see an emanation of black shoots from his hand, strikes you. I need you to make a will save DC 16.
That's a 19 on the die.
All right. As it strikes you, you're going to take half damage. You feel necrotic energy fill your body. You're able to resist the full force of this, but you still take 8 points of damage, and you feel this nausea and sickness welling up inside your body. And now we go to initiative. And you won last time, Kovac. You've been on a roll. This time, DM has a 5 on the die.
I rolled a 6 again.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to Kelvin. Kelvin, blood spurting from your body. What do you do?
Kelvin, through gritted teeth and a bit of blood spilling from his lips, says, "My turn." And with hasted action, the hammer comes around a lot faster than anything that size should be able to move.
Whoops.
The first one is AC 19.
Bounces off his armor.
Second one is AC 20.
Your blade just can't penetrate this thick plate. Let's go back to you.
Wait. I'm hasted. I've got 4 attacks.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Good. Now you need them. Take them all. What?
Yes.
What's that?
Nat 20.
A nat 20. Oh. Okay. If you have any bonuses, Robert, I would suggest you use them to confirm this.
Oh, yeah. I've got the +1 that I have, so that is going to be used. The +1 coming to me.
Kelvin, with the power of Palor, swings his blade after being rebuffed 3 times by the thick armor of this knight.
AC 23?
Oh, it's a crit. All right, roll percentile dice. That was a timely crit, Sir Kelvin.
What's even better is Divine Smite's coming on that one.
Nice. Roll your percentile dice, sir. Thank you, Mad Chatters. Appreciate everybody being in. We're going to raid into the joust. I'll be in that tonight. Go ahead and type ! troll. We'll have our second Troll Lord giveaway in a moment. Go ahead. What's the percentile roll?
John, that's a 91.
Oh, no way! No way! Pelor is with you.
I was like, please tell me that's a 9 and not a 6.
A 91 on the ever mysterious Tim crit tables. That is a level 14 crit. That is not fun. Not for him, anyway.
Lots of fun.
Your weapon drives deep into the thigh of your enemy. For a normal creature, it would sever the femoral artery. But in this case, you slice it through. You see this orangish gash sprays out in a gout, almost like an aortic artery being severed or a femoral artery being severed. It just gouts out. Tell me what it looks like.
Oh, the hammer comes up, goes down, and just slams into the side. Basically, the armor just crunches inward, falls out, and the creature it has no balance, no nothing, and it's just shocked as something gaseous can be, and crumples. And he looks up at the priest and says, "You're next."
No! All right, let's go to the rest of the party. Let's go to you, Corvus.
Firing on the priest.
Roll to hit.
That's going to be a 23 with bonus.
That's a hit. Roll your damage. I can't believe you rolled a 20 crit and a 91 on this guy. He was carving you to bits, Kelvin.
Yeah.
You would have been dead in another round. You would have been down in a round.
You said you wanted the battle to end quick, so he's just helping.
I mean, I was beginning to worry that I was going to go through 4 attacks and not hit him at all.
Yeah.
10 points of damage.
10 points. All right. Another bolt slams into his body. Let's go to you, Finnegan. As you slam the crossbar closed on the door, you hear a voice from the heavens. Well done. What do you do now?
I will swing around, see that the knight has crumpled to the ground, and point my drow handbow at the priest beyond and let loose one of the bolts.
Roll to hit.
Great. Oh, where is it? There we go. That is a 27.
That is a hit. Roll your damage.
And that is an 8 damage. I will promptly let the crossbow drop to the ground and pull out the flute to give bardic inspiration as a bonus action to Zach. And from the flute, you hear a haunting, reedy melody from this ivory bone instrument that is quite eerie. The acoustics in the room herald the doom of this priest.
How close is that priest to me?
He's about 45 feet, almost 50 feet.
So I can't move. Well,
You can sprint and get there, but you won't get an attack.
I won't get the action this turn, right?
Right.
Thankfully, the Bardic Inspiration sticks.
And remember, he's floating about 10 feet off the ground.
Oh, okay. Then I'll pull out. Yeah, no. Just 10 feet off the ground.
Got to move quickly, guys. We need quick.
No, I'll just shoot. I'll pull out the bow and shoot.
Roll to hit.
You can add a d6 to that if you want, after seeing the result.
So that's a 17 plus 7.
That's a hit.
44.
Roll your damage.
And that's a D8. So that's 8 plus 4 is 12. And you said what's the D6 for?
That was to add to your to hit. You've already hit.
Got it. You got
Okay.
it.
So that's 12 points of damage.
All right. Thunk! Another bolt sinks into him, and now it is everyone went, right? No, Kovac. Kovac, you didn't go.
Yep. Magic missile, 2nd level at the priest again.
Okay.
18 points of damage.
Wow, 18 points of damage. As the missile flies and strikes him, he's jostled off. As he floats to the side, you see he reaches, he grabs at his chest, and you see the arrows blazon on his robe. Those 3 arrows that you saw earlier, the symbol of Hextor. As they glow with a blaze, you see a bolt of fire come and grow larger as it gets closer to you. A fireball blossoms from him. Each one of you needs to make a reflex save, DC 14.
Ooh. That's a 1.
That's a 1, all right. Everyone else?
Nat 20.
Okay.
18.
The building now is aflame. 18, okay. Corvus?
Rolled a 14.
Okay, that's your roll or your total?
It's a roll is 14. Dex plus 7.
Okay, you made it, all right. And then, Zach?
I got a 15 total.
You have a 15. All right, so those of you that made it, you take a total of... Hang on here, I don't like that one. Let me bring this one back.
I don't like that one.
All right. Those of you that made your save, you take 18 points of damage. Those of you that missed your save take 36 points of damage.
I am down.
Finnegan is blasted back and falls on the ground. What about you, Kelvin?
Oh, Kelvin is hanging on by a thread.
How many hit points do you have?
2.
Oh my gosh. Boom, as the fireball blossoms. Anyone else down?
Not down, but my concentration on haste has fallen. We're no longer hasted, Kelvin.
Very well said. Initiative.
John, with the rest of my turn there, I'm gonna use my movement just to race forward to the skull thing with the gem on it.
All right, you can get there during the round. That's all you can do. You can get there. Initiative.
Okay.
It should be said that Kelvin...
DM has a 3. This is a pretty important one.
3.
Roll again. Very important one. I have a 3 again.
3.
Oh my gosh! I have a 2. I have initiative. Unfortunately, he's the.
You have counterspell ready just in case.
Okay. This time.
Don't tell him that.
I got
Well, you can't counterspell priest spells. These are priest spells. These are divine.
Oh, is he suffering any shock from having taken all that damage in a single turn?
I make concentration checks, even though they're technically. Yeah, I do. He slides forward, and this time he points a single finger at 3, 4 to 6, at Zach. And Zach, you see a bolt of green light flies out and strikes you directly in the head. Roll a d20, add your will save to it.
What's the will save? Is that the wisdom?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I had nothing to it.
The flames are now licking up on the walls.
That's a 19 on the die.
Okay. You make your save. Again, taking half damage. You take 6 points of damage this time.
Puts me at 0.
Oh, exactly. Then he falls over unconscious, slipping into unconscious state. And now we go to Kelvin.
Kelvin roars, enough! He steps up. Paler, let's put an end to this. He raises his hammer and smashes that crystal.
You raise your hammer. You slam into the crystal with the hammer. No to hit roll needed. As you do, your hammer just bounces off of it. It just continues to float there. As the inorganic hammer strikes it, nothing happens. Now we go to you, Corvus. What do you do?
By the way, I do get a second attack.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, attack, right.
So if the priest is standing right there, on second thought.
All right, you hammer that, then you turn to the priest. Roll to hit.
Oh, boy. Not 20 again.
Ooh! Roll again for your confirmation. Corvus, man. Kelvin.
The confirmation is not going.
Pelor is with you.
Yeah.
All right, so roll your damage, please. Roll your damage. Hang with us. We're going to be finished in a moment. We'll raid into the joust. Can't wait.
Why did I go away from my character sheet? That wasn't smart. That is 6 points of... No, actually, I'm sorry. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage?
Yeah.
Exactly. Tell me what it looked like.
Woo! His frustration at not being able to end it with the crystal and the fact that he's bleeding and he's just had enough of all of this. He takes his hammer, swings it, hits the priest in the right in the midsection, sends him flying against the back wall where you just hear something crack as and watch him slide down the wall.
I've never knocked down a flying creature. Let's see. Yep, they stay in the air. All right. He slams against the back wall and falls limp to the ground. And then soon all is quiet except you hear the scrape, scrape, scrape on the walls. You can hear the undead trying to get in. The doors rattle and shake. You stand right before the gem. Kovac, what do you do?
I reach out to grab it.
As you reach out, your hands touch the stone. Unlike the hammer, you pull the gem directly off. And as you pull the gem off, you see the glow begins to change. And then you feel a reverberation through the walls as the light goes out. And you hear thump, 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 thump. And all goes quiet.
Did we win?
You get to open the door first, not me.
Yeah, before he opens the door, well, first of all, who's actually down?
Doctor and Zach.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So for sake of time, we're going to fast forward this. You heal them. You wake them up. When you open the door, you see a vast field of dead bodies. All of the undead have returned to their inert state. They have dropped back to the soil where they will decompose. You return a ragged, weary crew to a grateful Count Dunstan. You are rewarded handsomely. You are given a stay here in the keep. Each of you is given a plot of land near the keep that you can either raise up or farm or do whatever you would like. You are also given the title of Keepers of Neural. It is during this time several things come to your attention. His counselor, so some of the hints that were in this. His counselor, almost all these names were anagrams. His counselor, Counselor Yasank. Yasank is an anagram for sneaky. He was the one that was actually there and was consorting with the enemy and was becoming a conduit to listen. Lord Alloy, or General Alloy is an anagram for loyal. Though he was hot-headed and fiery, he was the one that was actually had the best interest of Count Dunstan and wanted to see things done right, even though maybe his methods were not right. Lady Ganushu, that is an anagram for anguish. She anguished and wept over her lost husband, who you might get it now, Verab. He was brave, and Verab was her brave husband who perished. He had nothing to do with what was going on out here, but she actually was a very important one, because had you fought her, it would have gone extremely ill for you. Many of the hints that you saw, you were listened to. Because you were listened to, that entire scene was set up for you with the child. Those creatures would have eaten him easily, much, much quicker. They would not have been fighting. They would have been mutually devouring him alive. That was all kabuki. It was a stage for you to get you to go to the wrong place, which almost worked. The entire trap was designed to get the Paladin of Palor. He wanted Kelvin, and he was going to convert you. He was going to corrupt you. And had not been for Finnegan, clever Finnegan, who never trusted the boy, and actually had a pretty good check on that, who saw it, he discerned. Also, other hints, you guys caught it, no windows in the main building. How did the child see a blue glow at night in a building with no windows? So it was all of these things which were pointing, had you gone in that door, it would have been a certain TPK, and it was, you were one step away, Lord Kelvin. So, bravo, nicely done to the party. You guys were fun, great role play. Any questions or comments on any of that? I know that was a lot all in one bit. There were some other things that were woven in there I'm not even thinking of now, but yes, go ahead, Dr. Finnegan.
Yes, I just want to say this is the reason, this is the blue box factor right here. Because of the lethality of the game, I've been in games that have been TPKs, and this win is so sweet to navigate it.
It could so easily have been a TPK. You had no chance in that. You had no chance in that building. None. That would have been a slaughter. Go ahead, Toriano.
The last time I was on Virtual Greyhawk Con in Blue Boxes, yeah, he TPK'd almost the entire party but one who ran away.
It was a dream.
It was the same guy who ran away last night, Don. Don from Tail. He ran away both times. All right. The winner of the other Troll Lord Games giveaway is Wandering Endlessly. Wandering Endlessly, I don't know if I have your information. Please Discord me. As we're getting ready to wrap up here, we're going to do one more quick giveaway. We're going to do tonight one of these it's October. And so October, we celebrate the Overgord. We're going to give away one of these Mike Disney Overgord prints from our great friend Mike. And let's go ahead and we're going to ask you one question. If you're watching tonight and you haven't followed, if you're a follower, you haven't subbed, if you're a sub who has let your sub expire, you've not resubbed, we have one question for you. What are you doing? Give us a follow, give us a sub. As I prep the raid, we're going to refresh this in the chat. You just need to type exclamation point. Whoops, here we go. Regulars keyword. Exclamation point, G-O-U-R-D, Gord. Type exclamation point Gord in the chat for the Overgord giveaway. And we'll do that here in just a second while I prep the raid. Final comments or thoughts from the players?
Well, Blood Crows, we tried our best.
We did our best.
Thank you, Cannibal.
Yeah, we got it done.
So much.
I do have one question, John.
Thank you for the follows, everyone. Yes, go ahead.
Is my soul safe?
Your soul is currently safe, but that is something which Corvus will carry for the remainder of his days.
His life.
There is a hex that is settled upon you. Should you ever harm a woman or a child, you will be compelled to take your own life. And there were no caveats to that. So, there was no, in self-defense, or if it was any woman, any child, should you harm, you will be forced to take your own life. That is now.
What of the key? The gem, I would think that Kovac would be interested in studying that key.
Absolutely. And in fact, of course, you're going to have to talk to Count Dunstan about that. That thing is extremely potent and very, very dangerous in the wrong hands. Okay, one more chance, exclamation point, Gord, before we raid over. We're going to go 10 seconds. 9. Come on, get it in there. Keep those follows coming. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the new followers, new mad chatters, all the gift subs. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to all of you. Thank you to my players. Any final questions, players?
By the way, for the record, I never thought the general was disloyal. I just thought he was an idiot.
He kind of was, but he was a loyal idiot.
Yeah, well,
All right, and here we go. I see 2 Lord Gazumbas. Which one do I raid? Why do I see 2? I'll just pick this one. All right, 5, 4, 3. We're going to go ahead and do the giveaway. The winner of the Mike Disney print is Arcosren. Arcosren, are you still in the chat? If you're still in the chat, Arcosren, you need to go to my Discord. Everybody get in the Discord. If you're not, you should be. We have a fantastic Discord. We talk about the games, the campaigns between streams. Yes, okay, so Manda just put it in there. You need to get in the Discord, and you need to Discord Manda, our mystical unicorn, with all of your information so we can get that Overgourd print from Mike Disney mailed out to you. And with that said, now we are raiding Lord Gazumba. As I kick this off, one final word of thank you to my players. You guys were awesome. Hang with me for like 30 seconds after we do the raid. I just want to say a couple words to you when we do that. And we are raiding into J with 107 people now.
Nice.
It just changed.
We almost had a hype train.